everybody, welcome back to Walpoville. Race time again, cavalry style, mounted barristers. These are from Creature Caster. This is actually the last one of 4. I think since the last time you saw these, I actually have some of the flock and foliage and other such things on there. Wait a minute, let me get that a little bit more adjusted. There we go. I think that might just do it. You can kind of see some grass tufts on those. Actually, my homemade grass tufts right there. And then a whole bunch of flock and foliage designed to kind of give that sort of wasted, blasted landscape or something like that. Now, of course, we will be doing, now that I've got actually this one painted too, and with all the ground cover and stuff on it, I'm going to redo this. I'm going to take photos of the miniatures, and then I'm going to try to redo this scene, but only with the photos of the miniatures. Hey there, Armored Wolf. Yeah, that's going to look really fantastic, Armored Wolf. Yeah, that will be definitely really, really sensational. Hey there, Blades. Where do we got it? Here, Blades. Here it is. Sorry I missed the stream earlier there, Blades. This is what we painted last night on stream. I have Blades, wait till there's more folks here. Actually, now, Blades, I think I did send you, yeah, I sent you pictures of this thing with all the linseed stuff on there. That, I'll be painting that Sunday. Yeah, on Sunday night. So, sorry I missed the stream there, Blades. Yeah, well, there was, oh. I forgot to send you these, Blades. I forgot to send, at the time, Blades, look at this. Technically, that's fromage, Blades. That's cream cheese. Cream cheese frosting right there. So yes, I was busy doing fromage, Blades. So again, sorry I missed the stream there. And Blades, wait till there's more. Oh geez. Now Blades, when you stream from your phone, can you still do things like get to your scenes and all that kind of stuff? And also, too, Blades, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit less demanding or something like that. But I always just figured that the demands would be such that it would practically set your phone on fire. Because, all I'm doing is watching YouTube videos or something like that, and the phone is practically, it's almost like it's been sitting in an oven or something like that. So that's the other thing I've been trying to tell people. It's like all of my scenes, I mean, I can stream. Valfira, it's another batch of the red velvet cupcakes. I never got a chance to send you pictures there, Valfira. Okay. Well, that's what I thought, Blades. Because most people don't even like to watch Twitch from their phones, much less stream from their phones. So, Blades, in a little bit, when there's more folks in the chat, maybe go ahead and share your stuff if you don't mind there. So, Velfair, actually, there was some good news today. It's only because I'm actually going to be gone tomorrow. I found out that I can't basically do anything on the new YouTube channel. It's effectively useless until I do this stupid ID authentication thing, which is stupid because I've been using YouTube since, what, 2012? Yeah, that's when I started my YouTube channel. And I open up another one. It's like, whoa, I don't know about this guy. It's like I've had a YouTube channel with like 20,000 subscribers now for 13 years, but nope, still got to do that. But I couldn't do that without the license, which I only found because there was this bag, and I thought, okay, I know there's some lights and other things. Wanted to bring one of these lights to show somebody so that they could try and maybe get one themselves. Lo and behold, that's where the license was. All this time, basically since probably early April, was sitting in that bag. I've been looking for it for weeks, and I knew it was in the house because, well, I don't go anywhere. So how could it not be in the only thing I was worried about is that it might have gotten thrown away. That it would have been in a box or something like that, and I threw the box away or whatever, or some papers. I knew that the exact date that it went missing, which was April 5th. Hey, Kino, nice to see ya. It's been a while there, Kino. I hope that you're doing well. So, Kino, here is what we did last night. Another one of our spacescapes last night. And thanks for joining here, Kino. Appreciate that. And for some folks, I know it's already Sunday. No, Saturday. Sorry. Now I will be streaming Sunday. At least that's the plan, is to stream on Sunday. Yep, Valfira, we've been using these pretty much on almost every stream with miniatures for a couple of months now. Especially these guys right here. These are the golden maple brushes. They've been featured in a couple of the recent videos, also on the Patreon page. I think it was maybe wasn't a color theory. Oh, I think it was a painting busts or something like that we featured these. I think was using them on what were they? No, it wasn't part of our army painting series. I've been using them on all the orc ships. That's right, Valfera. Yeah, I've been using these on all of the orc ships. I think it was even like the last few Necrons too. I mean, we have a bunch of these. The whole idea is that if I can maybe, these can probably take a little bit more abuse than, say, the filbert brushes. So if I can give some of the abuse to these instead of the filberts, that is an expense saving right there. So Valfira, unfortunately, here it's a situation where everything basically has to get moved around, like every other week. It's like, oh, so everything that was in this spot now has to be moved in a whole nother place this week. So that's why all the other stuff was getting lost. And of course, here again, this was the middle of the night. I'm trying to do taxes, and it says, oh, you got to do this authentication thing. And by middle of the night, I mean it's like 7 in the morning. Let's see. So I'm thinking Valfira that actually Valfira, you might get to see this used with a color other than just off-white. On the Linseed Racer Valfira. Yeah, it's very possible you might be seeing that this mixed with, say, some of our oranges and reds. I don't know if I've ever actually done that, Valfira, so normally that would be a filbert brush thing. And of course, I still got to determine, do we want to do kind of the whole, all the elvish writing? I think we got to do that, right, Valfira, around the wheel wells here? At least on the back wheels. Maybe the front wheels, but definitely on the back wheels. Sorry that this is later, Valfira. Well, part of it was actually finding that thing. And then the other part was, well, I had to message back and forth with the family, also Kathy's family. So I lost probably a good half an hour to that. There definitely was some misprints there. Well, this thing misprinted like crazy. This is, and also too, these, you see how it is with the wheels right here. All of the the individual pieces, they don't go together very well. See, like there's definitely a printing error right in there. Where's the other printing error? Oh yeah, here is probably the. Oh yeah, here we go. On that thing was another one right there. Boy, Valfair, oh geez, I'll also have to send you a picture of the autocorrect monster that Recoil created. Because, yeah, I don't think you had a chance to see that either. Yeah, the autocorrect monster, very fearsome beast, Valfera. Terrorizing chat folks everywhere, yeah. Let me get this over here. Not a lot of space to work with on this. So yeah, Velfira, I got. I'll try to send you a bunch of different images, Velfira. And it was a super 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 active day today. We'll put it that way. Oh, I do have my violet out here. Okay, that's good. So Blades, if you want to share stuff in the chat, there's more folks, more eyeballs. Yeah, why don't you share some stuff in the chat there? Same thing, Velfira. You want to share the dragons or something like that? Why don't you go ahead and do that? Velfira, it is the ultimate. I would really prefer these start times to be more like, say, at the very latest 10:30 our time. It's never. I don't think it's ever going to be before 10, unless it's a Saturday one. So those are the ones, Velfira, that I'm targeting with. Who knows? Maybe even like a 6 or something like that. Again, the major impediment there is the food situation, because obviously that is not. We don't have the same troops here to help with that. So that is still something I got to get figured out. But yeah, that's something I would really like to be able to do, is actually more like a 6 or 6:30 at the latest Saturday start, so that we can kind of do the old-fashioned, 10 hours, something like that, Velfira, with the, mass amount of miniatures and all that kind of good stuff. Now that also means that I'll be getting, at some point, hopefully back into all the Middle Earth stuff, or terrain for that matter. It could be that. Actually, right now, Velfira, I got the last piece of the Barrow Downs on the printer. It should be, geez, it's practically almost done now if it's not already done. Which that frees things up, so hopefully I can start printing up Isengard. So that means Orthanc is on the menu for the printer. Need to do something here. So yeah, I'm hoping for Thursday's always going to be a late start. That is a forever and eternal kind of thing right there. But I'm hoping that maybe Saturday could be one of those earlier ones, and maybe the Monday, Fridays, those are start more like at, say, 10, 10:30 at the very latest. Unfortunately, life and gravity just never cooperate, right, Velfira? I just blame Mustard for all of it, Velfira. I mean, we know who the true culprit is in all of that. It is this guy right here, Velfira. Yes, indeed, he is. He is the source of our misery. Oh yeah, that's right. We gotta get some of the golds up there. Now, yeah, here too, here too. So I can see even now we're changing. Look at that. See, got kind of more of an orangey gold there, and then you got the violet down there. So Kino, if there's anything that you wanted to share in the chat too, please go ahead. If you've been working on stuff, hopefully you've had a chance to keep going. And again, Blades, if you want to share stuff in the chat, go ahead. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Velfira just shared. Fine. I'm gonna go more of the Van Dyke Brown here. Oh, there was a box that showed up today. Most of it. Oh man, actually, right now, Dick Blick, and I might actually get another if they still have them. they've got 5x7 frames. They're very plain black frames, but 5x7 frames for like $2 a piece. And needless to say, I got like 5 or 6 of those, plus some other frames that were also minimally priced. I think they were all on clearance, but that was like super clearance. I might actually get some more of those because, well, we keep making these things. Also, this showed up. Look at that. It's the Alkyd version of Payne's Gray, since there's no pre-glaze with the Alkyds. Well, that is one of the big problems with the Payne's Gray, is that it don't pre-glaze like at all, right, Blades? Everybody check out those Undead Gestors from Blades. Everyone also please give Blades 81 a follow. Be like Velfira. Go over there and check that out. Fine, we'll do a little bit. Oh, wow. Didn't see this over here. Alright. Fine, we'll get that too. Whatever. More of that brown goes here. I think I'm definitely gonna have to try to print one of these up at a at 72 mil scale, just for the heck of it. See what happens. No idea what might turn out, but could be interesting. It's actually got a little bit of magenta in there. Look at that! Ooh, look at that! Looky there. Okay. Did we pretty much do all the stuff that gets the stuff? We did that. Let's try this stuff here. Let's do this. Geez, I guess I need more thinner. That's going to go there. Nah, fine. We'll just throw a little bit of that over there. Oh, geez, the mask. Almost forgot about the mask. Got it. Now, I think we... Oh, yeah, that's right. We got our new... well, I think we will stick with our freehandy thing there, and also that. But we're going to do the eyeball theme. Where is it? Here it is. So we got that. But then, there you go. The eyeball theme. I kind of like that now. So Velfira, I don't know. Did you actually? Did you ever send me a picture of the big old branch on the roof there? And actually, are you still waiting on that thing, Velfira? As far as that new engine? Actually, now that's interesting. That Payne's Gray. Huh. Okay. Well, anyways, it's yet another Payne's Gray. There is that. Sure, let's keep going with that down over here. No, well, I'm not saying anything, Velfira. No. Huh. That's the last thing you want me to do, is say something about that, right? That is the very, very, very last thing I'm going to do, is say anything about that and jinx it, because that will jinx it. Let me do this here. It always is crazy, right, Velfira, with the... When things get to a certain point, you're like, is it worth it to just get save that and just stick it as a down payment on something that is brand new where the warranty is still there. Because they make it so expensive, it's kind of like, all right, fine, I'll just get something new and you get nothing. Oh, okay, that's good, Valfira. Where's my Prussian blue? Let's bring the Prussians into this fight here. On the, what were we calling these? Oh, Lance Hammer. That's it, Lance Hammer. Man, we got it all pretty much in there now. Okay. Good to roll. Let me separate this out over here. I still need me a little bit of that indigo in here like that. Okay, let me try that. I think we gotta do this on both sides probably. Yep, sure enough. Wow, I think you can, this is probably the most like wide open, accessible as this barding has been on any of the horses. That means we can really do some of our freehandy stuff on here. Nice. Okay, we will do that. What was it that Kathy's mom and dad used to? They used to do. Oh, they would lease vehicles or something like that. I've never done that myself. No idea what's even involved with that. I don't know how that even works. But that's what they used to do, was just lease something for a couple years and then get something new. Which I guess has its own foibles, because you might have something you actually like, and the next thing you know, the next thing is not so great, even though it's new. Thanks, Kino. I don't know if you had a chance to see any of the other ones being painted. I mean, here you can see pretty much where we're going, right? Is what we did on this one. We did 3 of these so far. Here is the other one. And then the last one we did was the big boss. That was this guy right here. That was the big boss man. More of our Van Dyke Brown, perhaps, on the Skelly friends here. Down onto the base. And, let's see. Did I do a base thing that I think these guys might have appeared. Well, we've been doing a lot of the AI stuff, generating color schemes. That's how we generated the color schemes for these guys. Here's the original thing. Now, again, I didn't have pictures of the miniatures then. I wasn't using the Chat GPT yet. But then once I started to use the Chat GPT, then I was able to combine several things. Even that image in the back there with the Lady Justice as a demon with the eyeballs and stuff like that. Oh, that was for the basing. That's right. It was for the basing. Um, I said, okay, show me piles of books, piles of skulls, and then obviously the barristers themselves. And those scenes right there made me think of a diorama. And this is going to be a multi-part series. It could be as many as eight episodes long or something like that. It could be like the longest series I've ever done, which is wild, because the 6-episode series on the Resin Vista, that was already the longest. Guess it's going to be longer than that. Oh, there's a yearly mileage thing. Okay. Yeah, Valfira, how many times have I uh, bemoaned the fact that this phone that I have which was supposed to be so much better than the old phone, has just never lived up to that by any stretch of the imagination. It's basically worse on every single level. I could do so much more with the older phone, which is really weird, right, Valfira? I mean, that makes absolutely no sense. That the older, not so good phone is way more capable and way easier to use, right? That's the other thing, Valfira. Way easier to use than this phone here. Yeah, that was the forced 5G, Valfira. Actually, Landrest, I was thinking of making you wait a really, really, really long time for that. Yeah, probably filming that episode on Tuesday, so I figured I would make you wait a really long time. Well, either Tuesday or Wednesday, one of those 2 days it's getting filmed. Nah, 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 a little bit more of the red there. Because Valfira, or sorry, Landrest, now that I'm doing the thing with the chat GPT, taking the pictures of stuff, and I have all the bases done. So Landrest, what I want to do is go in and take a picture of the painted movement tray, and then take pictures of the miniatures themselves. Because right, remember Landrest, I was not super thrilled with how it translated the Aegean elves as far as what the AI did. So Landrest, it would actually be the very first army painting series. Now, obviously not the first series because we're doing it with the big kitty, but it would be the first army painting series where the color test episode is actually being done with miniatures that are quite literally being colorized. So like the exact miniatures. Actually, Landrest, who knows? I might actually be super thrilled about printing out Isengard. I don't know. Have you actually seen the files yet, Landrest, of the conquests of Isengard there? I haven't had any time to look at those, but that's what I'll be starting to print after the stream here. Okay, so I think we got about oh no 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 wait a second. That's all right. That's all right. Let's do that now instead of later. Fine, I'm gonna do that now. That is the one advantage of having painted these several times now, is that I know what we want to do with some of these little whoozy whatses and thingamabobs. Those are highly technical painting terms. You can use those too. Yeah, highly technical painting terms. Come on, a little more of that. There we go. Just need a little bit of that on his wiggy wig here. To get there we go. We need a little bit more of a bluish tint to the wig, like what we've been doing to all the other ones, and now we've got that pretty well situated. Yeah, there we go. Now, let's see here. Yeah, we got that. We got that. Oh, okay. Take me some of this. That will go there. His other hand. We kind of did to get that already. How did we handle the saddle? Okay, I guess that is gonna get some of our gold-ish stuff as well. Oh, wait a minute. Another skelly friend there. Now, fine, I think I can do it at this stage. I'm going to take this here. Gonna put some of our black inlay out there. How you doing, Black Skull? Black Skull, thank you so much. Well, it's still a happy Friday here. So, Black Skull, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. So, Black Skull, yeah. For our substitute Saturday stream on Sunday, we're going to take this here. We're taking that and that 1 second here. That is going to get that treatment on there. So it's actually going to look like it is almost like a glowing ember or something like that. And it'll have the Linseed Fellowship on there. All kinds of good stuff. So everybody please give Black Skull a follow. So yeah, Black Skull, you want to share stuff in the chat? Like always, please go ahead. Great to see you, Black Skull. There we go. I was going to say that Blades is in the chat too there, Black Skull. Black Skull, we also, I'll have to just print out, I guess I'm going to have to print out lots more of those because I also want to do one like this. So we're going to do it like the Hype Train cookie. We're going to give it the blue and the red and all that kind of stuff. And I think we'll also have to do I was going to put some of our little logos on there. Yeah, some of our little logos, kind of like how you do on the race cars, right? Some advertising there. So yeah, Kino, just like we were doing, I think actually, weren't we doing these for the Kentucky Derby? I could swear, weren't we painting Valfira? Didn't we paint one of these on Derby Day? I'm pretty sure we did, Valfira. I could swear we painted up one of these on Derby Day. Either that. No, it had to have been. I'm trying to think what was the other horsey type thing that we did. Oh, and of course, Kino, I'm not sure if you saw. We did this one on the 13th. I took basically the STL files, and well, they're somewhat bigger, right? Because that's an FDM print as well. So we had to cut Giro's feet off to do it, but we got Giro superimposed inside the plinth, and then we've got our Mega Cathy up there. Yeah, that is the Mega Cathy. Also, too, latest tutorial video up on the Patreon page. That is General Grievous right there with all the lightsabery things. General Grievous. Thanks, Kino. Appreciate that. It was. I mean, we've painted. I think by I've increased it to about 72 mil. The regular Cathy miniature, but once I started doing all of the FDM busts and everything, again, that's also printed on the FDM printer. I started combining the torso and the plinths together. Then I started just taking generic plinths and making miniatures into plinths. Actually, Kino, I don't know if you ever saw the Wapelius Spellbrush bust that I did, the mega bust of Wapelius Spellbrush. I mean, it's huge. It is absolutely gargantuan. I mean, talk about finding the limits of what can fit on stream here. Black Skull, the other interesting thing is that I don't know if you saw the oh no, I don't think I've actually posted it yet. Oh, that's right, it hasn't been posted yet. But these are the water washable oils. Now we have added Indian yellow. So this basically completes our minimalist collection of those, which also includes, well, no, here we go. Amazingly, it even had Perlene Black. So I've been looking for Perlene Black in every single paint brand, whatever. Finally found it, but only in the water washable oils, which is hilarious. So Kino, the next thing that I want to do, you're like, how can you make it any bigger than that? So what I'm going to do is just basically, and now this I would print in, I think on the resin printer, just basically like from the shoulders up and do the Kathy bust like that. So that way there can be even more details, and maybe we get a chance to do even more with the eyes, because it was kind of neat to be able to actually, on that other bust, to be able to sort of do something with the eyes. Now here again, we're going to start putting in some of our lighter stuff. We also have to get our greenish stuff in the shadow areas. But first, to the orange. Let's do that. A little bit of that in there too. Come on, more orange, more of our yellow ochre. There you go. Again, some of this is even now, just still doing some tinting at this point. Teensy touch of our white in there already makes that so much more opaque. That is just unbelievable. Tiniest little bit of that. And of course, we are still working with the alkyds. Still working with the alkyds here. Pretty much on stream, that's what you're going to see. I mean, there might be times where I go ahead and just use the regular oils for kind of, for the majority of it. But something like this, I need this to dry really quickly, because I need to be able to do that little bit of picture magic so that we can do the chat GPT thing. Now, I wish I was, that's the one thing I did not have time to do, is to take the scenes from the kitty, right? That big, oh gosh, the Rakashar or whatever. I took a picture of my miniature on the base, and it literally didn't even have primer on it. It was hideous. It was just, oh, it looked absolutely horrible. It had all the white stuff on there from doing all the gap filling and everything, and the Scopy base, and it actually was able to just take the generic Parabellum colors. It did the initial colorization, and then we took it from there. And that's when what I did the green flames, I did magenta flames, orange flames, and then I realized I wanted to do that as a white tiger. So yeah, that one, that Conquest Rakashar, that's going to be done as a white tiger. It's like I knew there was something that I wanted to do to make it different, and that was it. Now we're using our new that chromium green here. We're going to start putting that in some of the shadow areas, like what we've got on our other dudes there. Where's my green? Here it is. So it's basically like the Terra Rosa of greens. Look at that, because it's got oxides. Look at that beautiful solid square. We love the solid squares. Solid squares are best squares. Pluto is best planet. We know that. It's been irrefutably proven here in the Wampelville Science Academy. Oh, look at that. Look at that green. Look at all that lovely green. Blacksco, it all is the same. It's actually the same for the water washable ones. It's all the same. But also keep in mind that thick over thin, you sort of can extrapolate also into a, well, wet versus dry, right? Because, oh, here we go. With this, right, with the alkyds, no pre-glaze. Not doing pre-glaze, we do the darker primer, we do the lighter dry brush. With this, then we do all the glazy stuff on top of that. So that's kind of achieving a thin over thick in a slightly different way. Because again, the alkyds, pretty much that one thing that does is doesn't maybe necessarily eliminate all staining power, but it pretty much, anything that's marginal staining becomes zero staining. And your kind of average staining colors barely have any. I typically am not a big fan of the marbleizing in the stakes there, Landrast. I tend to like the leaner steaks better. I know that the marbleizing is better because it's gonna, as it's cooking, it's gonna give you more flavor. I mean, this is a cuisine channel after all, right, Landrast? Oh, and of course, taking into account that this is a cuisine channel, we did part 2 of our red velvet cupcakes here, learning what we learned the last time, especially when it came to this phase, the decoration phase. This was infinitely easier than the first one. The first time around was a nightmare. This time around, a whole lot easier. Yeah, sorry, Landrest, I couldn't resist that one. Couldn't resist that one, Landrast. Is it Marco? Is it Marco Frizzoni that says that? We're just still that's a callback to the old Bill Alexander days. Yep, Bill Alexander. The thinner paint will always stick to the thicker paint. Actually, let's see. Well, let's see. Oh, we did take one of the frozen chickens out of the freezer. That's in the fridge for dethaw, or for thawing out, for defrosting. So you'll probably be seeing that soon enough. So we're gonna let that have a chance to set some more. I think we can start. Messing around with our freehandy type stuff here, and again, we'll be doing that on the one side, and then we've got the hammer and the quill and the eyeball on the other. Now, again, unlike all the other ones, for whatever reason, well, no, that's still kind of blocked over there. But this one, let's do the quill and the hammer on this side, just for funsies here. Oh yeah, Velfair. I think that would be, well, I mean, yes, the nature of it, it's kind of dry, right? But I think that keeps it from being like excessively dry. Yeah, I think so, right, Velfair? Oh, by the way, we're 42 minutes in here. 42 minutes ago, what did this look like? It was just primer. That's all it was. Well, that one didn't even have any horse barding on it. No wonders. Okay. Oh, that's right. That's right. We gotta get this stuff down here first. Oh geez, Landris, I gotta actually, I might think about getting me another batch of filament, mostly just because, well, Isengard might use up a little bit, and I'm just, I don't think I'm crazy in thinking that Isengard might use up a little bit of filament there. Could be wrong, but yeah, I'm gonna roll with the fact that it might be chewing up some filament there. Oh geez, wow, Lantran, I've got about 2 or 3. Oh no, I've got maybe, let's see, 20. My guess is I still have at least 40 rolls here. I might still have more than 40 rolls, maybe 42 rolls. And then I think I still got 5 things of fours. That's 20. Yeah, I got maybe on the high side like 44 rolls or something like that. which, given the fact I could potentially go through an entire roll in a day and a half. I might hit this thing now. Yeah, let that have a chance to set. Now let's do our little quill and hammer here. You know, I'm gonna move this over here so I can see it. Quill. The pen is truly mightier than the lance hammer. Okay, let's do it there. There's the autocorrect monster once again. Which, oh, that's right, we wanted to make a bust of that. Let me see if I can find Recoil's autocorrect monster, because I think it might be towards the top of the... Let me see here. Nope, that's not the right one. There it is. Yeah, there's the autocorrect. So if we do a bust of this, right, that would just be the end of the bust. So there's the autocorrect monster. We'll have to try and sculpt him up, because no one is safe from the autocorrect monster, right, Velfira? The autocorrect monster goes. He gets everybody. So now I get to actually do the lance hammer here. Well, I'm just basically, where is it here? I'm just replicating what I'm seeing over there. That's all. Well, kind of changing it around, but the idea is from that. And once again, that paint is thinner. Now, you could say that the last application we did here was super thin, because it was. However, like the skull here, once that sets, well, guess what? It kind of changes to thick. So the thin over thick and all that kind of stuff is conditional, because the conditions change. What you have there starts to set, starts to dry. All of a sudden, now it's not quite as thin as it was. So yeah, Kino, you got to always beware the autocorrect monster, because he doesn't spare anyone. He will make anyone his victim. He has no mercy. Well, Velfira, now we know why it can't spell anything. Although, Velfira, I have to say, I think that the Chat GPT does... I mean, it's not exactly going to win spelling bees, but it's nowhere near as catastrophic as the Copilot was. Again, now, where's my... here we go. My Giordano's pizza there. Now, if I had done this in the Chat GPT, it probably wouldn't have spelled pizza with 3 Z's. Or was it 4? It was at least 3. I was shocked that it spelled Giordano's correctly. But yeah, this is my latest sticker right here. Obviously, a little bit of a theme there for Giordano's Pizza. Couldn't resist doing that. I immediately... oh, geez, that's right. I gotta... Actually, Velfira, I got homework for you. And you're like, wait a minute. I did not generate this homework. But I actually have to do... I have to get a few collections of stickers ready. And that sticker, I gotta get that to my family this weekend. On Sunday... on Monday there, sorry. Yeah, I got to get them that sticker. So you're like, wait a minute, that is outside my purview. That's not my job. You're like, I did not earn that homework. You're like, I did not tell you to go to, my mini factory and check out these really cool files or something like that. You're like, I did not generate that homework myself. And so we're starting to get a little bit of the later stuff there on the books and such as well. Hey there, Legends, how you doing? Oh, we still have 8 minutes left of a happy Friday here. The whole 8 minutes left. Thanks, Velfira. Actually, Velfira, to try and spare you some work, I actually went into the phone and I've been using that list thing. I think I sent you a picture of that, Velfira. The little to-do list. That's right. I actually have been putting stuff on there. Believe it or not, that was one of the I think that was one of the main reasons why I didn't forget more stuff for Adepticon because I actually did that in the lead up to Adepticon. I'm glad that you're doing well there, Legend. And appreciate you being here as always. Thanks for joining us. Taking this as a bit of a blending brush right there. No, I don't want. Oh, here. Maybe. Nah, a little bit. Okay. Horsey never did get that on this side. Also, we're going to get some of that semi-bluish gray on the horsey itself. Legends, that's fantastic. Because that is something that I've been really trying to do. Actually, Velfira, I have to say that the storage situation for all of this larger stuff, it improved way faster than I ever thought it could. Not only did I find options myself, but I was also given some storage things that actually kind of display the stuff. So, like our Mega Cathy is actually going to be displayed instead of just kind of tucked away somewhere. So that's extra fun. You know what? Let me get a little. Yeah. Little more of that. Oh, yeah. Here, let's get the not radiant magenta in there. Okay, now it's almost kind of a bit of a pink there. Now, Black Skull, let's see, which of the Alkids did you end up with? Did you get some of the Paul Rubens Alkids, or did you got yourself the Griffins? Because again, the latest addition to our Griffins is actually the Payne's Gray. Yeah, Legends, I basically had a whole, well, I have tons and tons of wooden cases with magnetized metal shelves and all kinds of great stuff like that. It was fabulous. Works really well for things like Adepticon. The problem is, stuff keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger, like this. And, well, like 3 of these would take up an entire case. And that's the kind of stuff that I've been trying to not just figure out where should it go, but how can I keep it right next to me so that I can get to these things on stream. Because otherwise, ain't that much good to me. I'm glad you got the opera colors, Black Skull. Those have been, I gotta say, well, you'll see them on this, Black Skull. Yeah, you'll see them on this. Well, I think you've already seen the series on Resin Beast stuff. That was another place where that was really utilized, was on the Resin Beast stuff. It was essential. If I'd been using like the traditional Egyptian violet and the usual florals like the Marion Streets, I'd still be waiting on that thing to dry. Velfira, what are they sitting at right now? Because sometimes, well, they certainly haven't been the $66 that they were at Adepticon. So yeah, Black Skull at Adepticon while I was there, the Paul Rubens dropped to 66 bucks. I was just like, you got to be kidding me. Well, Velfira, well, send up the bat signal. Actually, Velfira, I want to try and keep on top of a couple of things. Let's see. Doesn't Bellinok usually do like a summer sale, Velfira? I could swear that Bella kind of does like a Christmas sale, or like a fall sale and a summer sale. Now, there's not a lot of stuff of theirs that I don't kind of already have, but there's a few things I wouldn't mind getting, and might try to get some if Bella does the sale again. Thanks, Velfira. Because I've got the speaking of horsies, that's right. I've got actually that Bellinox, the Frigga. I've got the Demeter one. Both in diorama form and in just the regular figure 72, 75 mil format. You know what? Let me get some of this later red on here. And oh, this is our Alkid Fanchon red, number 2. Yeah, we're like on the second permutation of Alkid Fanchon red here. I'm just gonna have you chasing Fanchon reds, Velfira. Yep, you'll be chasing Fanchon reds forever. So yeah, that's the other advantage of the Paul Rubens is they are insanely inexpensive. So the Paul Rubens Opera, I think there's a dozen right of the Alkid Floros in there. I believe you can buy, well, at least on Amazon anyway, the equivalent of 1.5 tubes of Marion Street Floros compared to the. So yeah, look at that. They get you all of 1.5 tubes of the floral colors from Marion Street. Now I think if you get them on their website, they are maybe more like 16, 17 bucks. On Amazon, they're about 22 bucks. Paul Rubens, I believe the entire set of 12 is something like 36 bucks or something. Getting in our lighter reds here. We will be coming back with the. We're gonna a little cheaty here, and we're gonna bring out the big guns. We're gonna bring out the Perline Crimson for our darks on all of our reds, as we did that with the other ones. It's just gonna be a little bit of a glaze in the darks, so it's not exactly a fast drying color. I don't think it's the slowest either. I don't think it's so bad. Up here. A little bit of some kind of lighter reds up there. We're doing that on this side. Yep, gotta do that over here. Like you do. Some of that over here. Come on, there we are. Oh, that's right. Also, we're going to be starting out our next army painting series because I think I got everything ready to go. It would be our first ever army painting series with Battlefleet Gothic ships, or Battlefleet Gothic style ships, I guess I should say. And I want to do, we've done we've even done a bunch of videos with that particular spacescape on the base. So what I want to do is change up the colors and probably make it a little bit more like one of our nebulas here. Maybe something more like either like that, kind of with the turquoise and oranges, whatever. Yeah, so maybe something more like that. That's what I'm thinking of doing for our nebulas. Yeah, something different. So we got a little eyeball down there. Eyeball down there. That is definitely, you can see there's a lot less shiny stuff, right? That means now it is set, which means we can start to play around with this some more here. There's my Indian yellow. There you are. Now, not a whole bunch of thinner on this either. Blammo, look at that. Time for some substantial changes now. Again, look where our hand is on that brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. Nowhere near it. Now, Black Skull, I don't know if you had a chance to post some of your stuff in the chat there. If you want to let folks know, a little bit about what kind of projects you've got going on there. I know that I know you kind of mentioned some on that council and stuff, but for the folks that weren't able to catch that, if you want to let folks know what you're doing, what you're up to there, what do we got going on here? We're going to bring out more of the, there we go, more of the light over there. I'm letting that set. It's not going to dry. I'm just going to leave it there so that it can set for 5-ish minutes, something like that. Everybody check out the Instagram link that Black Skull just posted. Everybody give Black Skull a follow as well. Come on, a bit more of that light over there too. Figuring out what we're doing on this. Oh, does he also? Okay, he does. Yep. Forgot about the little fringy things on his little collar right there. So we'll have to get those as well. Moonstone. That's right. I couldn't remember what the heck it was. Sorry about that. Black Skull. I know it began with an M. I couldn't, beyond that, I couldn't remember. My apologies. That's what I figured. Well, if you just post it, then it won't be so bad. Back to it here. Okay, we got that. See, we got the green. We've got our orangey yellow. We're going to take this here. We're going to use that. A little bit of a blending brush there. Just again, a little tap, 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 like so. So again, everybody check out the link that I almost said Moonstone. That Moonstone stuff that Black Skull just posted. And then please give Black Skull a follow. And also, too, if folks could subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel. That is where all of our Twitch sessions, like this one, are going to have to go. Now that I found the stupid license thing. Hopefully I can do that authentication, and then I'll be able to really get in and do the wholesale changes to that new YouTube channel, getting all the links going and all the descriptions and all the thumbnails, all the stuff that I can't do right now. Again, you would have thought having a YouTube channel for 12 years, building it every single day for 12 years would have been enough. It's like, oh, he has a second YouTube channel. Okay, we'll just let him do all the stuff he did on the first one for 12 years. No, not to be, because that would be easy. And we don't want any of that sort of malarkey. No easy malarkey, right, Valfera? None of that easy stuff. At least when it comes to mustard and gravity and computers and printing, there is no such thing as easy. When it's oil paints, that's different. With the oil paints, it's all easy. Oils live to make your life easier. Printing, not so much, right, Valfera? Also computers, not so much. Yeah, I think they're all in cahoots with the autocorrect monster. Actually, I think Big Oil is also in cahoots with the autocorrect monster. No, Big Acrylic. That's Big Acrylic, not Big Oil. Big Oil is fighting the autocorrect monster. Where's his other eye? It's sitting down in there. Okay, there we go. When I did the first one, I didn't even realize that's what this was. A little face there. As always, especially when you're doing multiple figs, units, armies, whatever, generally by the time you get to the last one, you've got everything nailed down in the process, and then you don't have to do any more. But now with these, again, we are going to be doing, it's crazy, but I'll probably be painting all of these over again in another form because we need them for our diorama. I've got a whole bunch of series that are coming up on the Patreon page regarding contest stuff. So was it Road to Resin Beast Part 2? Or Road to Resin Beast Series 2? Holy smokes. I never thought I'd say that. Easy is for beginners, right, Valfera? Not for ancient shellbacks like us. Again, there's our... let's get some of the light up here on the mask, too. Who needs easy? If life could only be like oils, that would be fabulous. Oh, by the way, this really light stuff here is, I mean, it's light, but it's nowhere near white. Just throwing that out there. It is most definitely not white. It's definitely got at least a little bit of the Indian yellow in there. I think it's even got some of our, not yellow ochre. That would be the Paul Rubens. Now it's, let's see, what does it be? The Mars Yellow Deep, that's it? That's right, Mars Yellow Deep. Of Williamsburg fame. So Landrasta. I'm trying to think of how many different different umbers you've got between the Van Dyke Brown, the burnt umber, the raw umber. You've got umber, you've got umber gray, you've got light umber yellow shade, light umber shade. And I think they're all Williamsburg. Now, of course, we know that surface tension has cornered the market on all of the grays, all of the Welsh grays, including cadmium gray, yeah, which you can only it's only made in the factories of Welshlandia. Yeah, they're actually Landress. I think you can just open up the Umber store. Yeah, that's Landrastia right there. It's Umberland. No, it's Umbria. That's it. Yeah. So Landrast rules Umbria. That's it. Well, I guess you could say West Umbria. Actually, now Landrast. Well, remember, oh, was it Ice Blue? Remember that was the not radiant, radiant indigo. That was one of the Richesons. I never really had a chance to look through the Williamsburg, like Brilliant Yellow Pale. I guess that was the closest thing to a radiant. Yeah, Brilliant Yellow Pale is probably the closest thing Williamsburg wise to a radiant, I guess. I do look forward to being able to utilize that again. I think we might be using that in our Aegean elves, depending on what we see color wise. Yeah, I wonder now, Landrast, price wise, how does that compare to your regular, like probably Series 4/5 Cobalt Blue? So Cobalt Blue Hue, what is that, like a Series 2 or is it a Series 3? I'm guessing that regular Cobalt Blue, minimum of 4, possible 5. Now, I know that sometimes brands will even, like, some brands, what might be a 4 in that brand is a 5 in another, that sort of thing. And it's just a Hue, so must be practically a Series 1 there, Landrast. Let me check something, Landrast. This could be wrong shelf. Oh, no. Okay, so it's a sky blue. Because what was the... Is this the... Let me see something here. There we go. Oh, that's right. I forgot all about this. Been sleeping on this cobalt blue. This is kind of like faded ultramarine. Yeah, that's what that one reminded me of. Faded ultramarine. Back in the old days. So it's just a series 2. Well, I'll be. You can see how this is starting to get a little bit later. However, you can see there's there's a ways to go with those lights, and also some more of our green. This is by no means straight up white here. It's got to have some kind of color on it. Something more here. So yeah, again, if you want to subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, that is where all of our sessions, well, our past sessions are going to have to go. Because again, Twitch, as of the 19th, Twitch said, well, no more of those. And I've actually gotten, I think, at least 4 messages from people saying, what happened to all the highlights? I think I got at least 2 more today. These were from Instagram. Folks saying, whoa, wait a minute, what happened to the highlights? There used to be hundreds of them. Now there's like 10. That is courtesy of the Twitches right there. They said, yeah, you got 4,539 hours worth of Twitch highlights. It'd be a shame if something were to happen to those. They kind of Elronded them. Yeah, they did an Elrond on all of my Twitch highlights. Of course, Elrond is he's the prime mob boss of Middle Earth. We know that. Let me do this. Of course, Camden, you know what happens when somebody just happens to be wearing concrete footwear when they're walking next to the Anduin River or something like that, or the Sundering Sea. That's usually a bad thing. How you doing there, Camda? So, Camda, if you wanted to post some of the bust you've been doing in the chat, please go ahead. I think there's been some more breakthroughs made today, Camda, on a few things. And again, looking forward to trying all that stuff we were talking about with sky reels. I mean, can you imagine these guys literally riding around? I mean, that's what I want to do with these and our backdrop. Basically creating almost like a movie of them. That was I was really having some fun with some of the concepts there, Camda. Now I'm really liking this idea. Essentially, basically making my diorama come to life. So taking pictures of the miniatures, taking pictures of the diorama itself, and then saying, all right, here, animate them. Have them walking, moving around, doing stuff, have banners, you know, a nice, what would you say, kind of an ominous sky or something like that. Okay, one of the things is now I can actually finally do all of the info stuff on the the new YouTube channel. Yeah, there was a bit of an impediment right there. I'll shoot you a message about that. But now I can finally get my links going there. Ooh, how about yeah, here, let's get something much later on there, and we will be using our Not Severus blue and some of our white for that. I did check out some more tutorials on Sky. It's so new, there's not that many tutorials out there. It is literally that level of new. But from everything that I see, it is the only essentially full-length cinematic type of out there. So that's kind of what I want for, again, taking my terrain and my miniatures and essentially animating those, because I think that would be super fun. Imagine all of the hobbits and all of our Hobbiton buildings that we've done on the stream. I mean, we already have 6. And that doesn't even count the gigantic 2-story tavern. I got a water mill. We've got the 2-story farmhouse. Who knows? Maybe we have to create a 3rd YouTube channel just for those. Let me get this going here. I mean, it would essentially be just something for fun, but also a way to kind of see the miniatures maybe in a new light. And the terrain also, because otherwise it's just static pictures. I mean, that's it. That's about the only other way you're going to see the terrain. Which side do I do my lights? I'll do it on this side. Our lighter blue going to happen on that side. Fine, we can need to get a little something lighter on the barding there. Yeah, I remember, whoa, this was months ago, and it was on Instagram, and somebody had, I mean, it must have been either Osgiliath or Minas Tirith or something, and they had obviously Gondorian defenders, and they had orcs, and they were duking it out on the streets of either Minas Tirith or Osgiliath. I think it was Minas Tirith actually, because I'm pretty sure that well, can you imagine one of our wraiths on a Fell Beast animated, Camda? Much less all of them. Somehow, I think that's going to be really nifty to see that. Uh, Ever since I did that one little, I mean, it was like 3 seconds long. Basically, Guahir on one of those nesting bases, and the thing, Guahir basically turned towards you, looked at you, and then flew away. Ever since then, that has been on my mind. Obviously, too, all of our 1/1800 scale ships, to have those sailing around, maybe doing battle with each other. We could have Roma versus Montana. Yes, in a virtual AI shootout there. Doing the lighter stuff on the wig, like what we've been doing with our other guys. Yeah, Camda, I was remember those army painting, or sorry, the army showcase videos. That's kind of what these would be part of. So imagine, okay, we do an army painting series, and we have, well, all those trench crusades, like was that Court of the Seven-Headed Serpent? I'll have like at least 10 of those, plus the other ones that I've painted. Now we just animate them and have them, well, walking around in trenches. Yeah, let me lighten that up a little bit more. Oh, up here again on the top of the wig. Let's lighten those. No, I haven't been able to, basically, because, well, you got to buy it. Well, at least I got to get the $20 a month uh, level. But I'm not doing that until next week because, well, literally between now and Monday, there will be zero time to do it. And I'm not going to lose 2.5 days or so of some paid time. So I figure I'll just wait till Tuesday, get it then. I think I've watched at least now. I mean, they're very short. I just check them out while I'm exercising or doing dishes or whatever. They're really more of a almost like a review as opposed to a tutorial because the stuff is so new. The one thing it doesn't do very well is say image generation, which is fine, but it also does voice cloning. It also does music, which means I could maybe drop one of the other things that I've got and also not have to get the voice cloning thing. That was like 40 some odd bucks a month. I mean, either that or I just get the much more full membership of this, which would, again, kind of cover all things. Throwing a little bit more of this down on our little skelly friends there. Here, let's see if we can't do a little bit more on our hammer and our quill there. Now, I'm actually, Camda, I'm convinced that the GPT actually is better, at least. Actually, I think just in general, it might be starting to get better because I was just doing some stuff earlier today that involved actual words, and it did not misspell. And we're talking, beyond just APCC, which it couldn't spell that. So I think maybe somehow that is starting to improve. Yeah, I wouldn't hate that. Now remember, we got to get more of our darks in there. We got to get more of our greens in there. We also will have to get more reflected light in there because we have a little touch of the green there. We don't have the reflected light down at the bottom. Again, we're going to do the chain of light, not all the way around, and you can see that it's up towards the top and then towards the bottom. It is not across the middle. Very critical to showing that not just as round but also as metal. Okay, we got that going now. More of that here. Some more of our light. What are we at? Oh, we're only 87 minutes in. I thought maybe we were 2 hours in. Nope, we're only 87 minutes in. Camda, I think you already, yeah, you posted your bust. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Camda posted there. Some fabulous oil painted work. Now, I'm not quite sure when the Sunday stream going to start. Most likely, 10 would be the earliest. 10:30 probably, I think that's a better bet. Again, that's going to be our substitute Saturday stream. Look at that. See a little bit of a highlight thing going on there now. Oh, geez, I got to get the ears every single time on all 4 of these horsies. I keep thinking that the ears are part of this, all this armor stuff here. They're not. But no, actually, we'll hit it with our Payne's Gray. How's that? That's our new Payne's Gray. Just arrived earlier today. Yeah, look at all those nice little highlight things going on with the helmet here on the horsey or whatever that is. More of our light down on this too. Not there. Get rid of that. More of our lights on the end of the armor. We also have to get down under there, under his, and get some stuff on his mouth, his nose. Middle, something more there. You know what? This is our faster matter weight, so I should probably, there we go, get a little bit of thinner on that, keep that active there. You might take a little bit more of that. Bring that out on the brush here. More of our light on this whole back panel here for sure. Yep, gotta get that lighter too. More on the, what are we gonna go with? The lance hammers, that's right. That's what we've been calling those. Yeah, let's that was a little more than I wanted. That's okay. I'm gonna be coming back with the probably a orange mixed with the Terra Rosa. In this area right here, you can see what we got there. So we gotta get the orange in there. But first, we do this. Okay, look at what my hand is not on this brush. Nowhere near that metal frizz. Barely. It's not even on camera. Not even close to being on camera. Okay, that. More light up here. Same over here. Ah, yeah, yep, on this thing too. Now, I think, yeah, let me get the orange still. Let me do that here. Orange, and there's our little bit of the Terra Rosa, essentially a rust color. It's made of oxides. It's basically made of rust. It's also a fabulous skin tone color. There we go. See, there's a little bit orangey stuff going on there, Artemichael. How you doing? Artemichael, if you want to share stuff in the chat, I know you got your finished Tomb Kings to show. Why don't you show those off? Go ahead and do that. Where's my... No. Let me try this. So there's her violet, and... Wow, that's another nifty little color right there. That was the violet mixed with the Terra Rosa. Up here, again, this essentially there's these bands of lighter, darker colors. They represent other things reflecting. This potentially reflecting down onto here, so lots of reflections going on. And this is the game we're going to be playing now for quite some time here. Is this a reflection game? The reflected light, the reflected colors. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Artemichael just posted. No, it's hard. Hopefully you can, again, I know that you don't quite want another little commission thing like what you just had to go through there, but hopefully you're able to maybe square away one of those. It's a little bit easier to deal with. Again, everybody check out that Instagram link that Artemichael posted. So it's not just, well, it's kind of a greenish gray. That's basically what we're looking at in some of these places here. So not necessarily like green as in Christmas tree green or something like that. No, it's leaning towards the green. That's what we're talking about here. And that would be a nice little contrast to all of the oranges we just put there. Say, why the green? Well, we're gonna have all of this, and yeah, we also again, but those are some of our homemade grass tufts on there. I have got to make a ton more of those, as in like many, many more sheets of those. Yeah, let's get this going here. More of our orange now on the head crest there. Then a little something here. Like you do. Some of that now on this here. Also here. We've been doing that pretty much on all of the faces. I mean, for lack of a better term, that's kind of what they are. That shoved down in there a little bit, and then maybe a bit more with the dark. And then we'll come back with that light again here. Let's stoke up that dark a little more. Some more of it here, more orange. So up here too. Before we get back into doing some layers, up here as well, yep. Get that on his mask. Now we gotta really get some lighter stuff on there too, I think. Yeah, let's do that. Some of this, where's our Indian yellow? You see what we're doing? It looks like it. And on some parts of it, we'll also have to make sure we bring in some of the green too. Especially on this side, because that would be the shadow side. And the whole idea of the greens is it's going to be reflecting all this, right? We got black robes, black horse. The ground is fairly dark, as you can see. Well, on gold, if gold is supposed to be so reflective, well, that would kind of turn almost like a greenish color, wouldn't it? You mix yellow and black, or yellow and gray, yellow blue, you're going to get yourself various types of green. Let me go. I'm going to get that filigree in there a little bit better. Oh, still got to get the stupid ears on the horse seat to be a dark color again. We have to do those every single time. That's all right. Again, we can use our brand new Payne's Gray on that. Payne's Gray in Alkyd form. Actually, Armored Wolf, the same narrator that does some of those oil paint color videos, the Instagram ones that you send me, that same narrator was doing basically a review of Sky Reels. I'm like, I know that voice. I've heard that voice many times. Sure enough, it was the same. Never saw the person, but it was the same voice. So that person does a lot of narration. Because I think actually I've heard it one other place too. This again is our quill and hammer logo there. Some lighter stuff again. Oh, so the eyes here. The nose. There was something on the chin. I'll lighten up just a little. Also that. There we are. Still gonna get something later on the top of this. Also, somehow get my brush down in there. That lance hammer is right in the way. So again, programming note. Won't be doing Saturday stream. Most likely it will be a Sunday stream, which we sometimes call a substitute Saturday. Hey there, Rocky. Nice to see you. Everybody, please give Rocky Ulsa a follow. And of course, Rocky Ulsa, you wants to share stuff in the chat. Please go ahead. So happy Saturday and all that. One more of our mounted barristers here. This is what, the number 4. Yep, 4th one here. In we go. Also on here. There we go. Come on a little bit more like that. There we are. So great to see you there, Rocky. Again, I hope that your Saturday is off to a great start. We're 45 minutes into Saturday here. Let's get to our little bit of freehandy stuff there. There's the our scales justice there, and then on the other side we've got that little freehand design there. Can we do some more? Yeah, like that. Come on. There we are. So we added another spacescape last night on our Thursday stream. There it is. Yet another one, a little bit different from the nebulous stuff. Again, believe it or not, the color that I'm putting on here is still not straight up white. It still has some little hint of yellow to it. See if I can lighten up my just a little bits right here. I think up on top, we'll try to get that later. Also, we got this filigree right here. And again, for our Sunday stream, we are going to be painting this in our Linseed Fellowship color scheme. And that'll be for our Indianapolis 500 coverage there. Because on the Walpoville Sports Network, we cover the news before it is news. We were the first ones to break the story on the Western Bulldogs game being moved to Marvel Stadium. We're the first channel to report that despite all the really good off-season stuff the Bears have done, their schedule is probably going to make them a 7-9 team. Oh, I'm sorry, 7-10. I forgot. There's 17 games now. More of our lights on the edge of the armor here, especially up there on this. Right there. Somehow got to get that lighter. Maybe a little more thinner. Not too much though. We also still gotta get the ears, and then we gotta do some lighter stuff there also. On the that's some of that green over here. Gee whiz! All right, okay, we can do that. There we go. Something was missing over there. Oh, let's get that green over on. Remember, we wanted to do that over here on this side of his face. There it is. Ain't gold without greens, especially with all this dark stuff around it. This is the usual witching hour here on a Friday because it's just about 1 o'clock in the morning, so it's kind of late in the central, especially the eastern time zones. It's a little bit early for the Euros yet because it's probably about 5, 6 o'clock in the morning there. Generally, when it gets to be around, especially around 2-ish or so, then you've got the Euros have arisen. Do some of that over here. More, yeah, more of a green here. More of the green there. Right in here. Getting more of my radiant green into that. Hashtag no sleep in Walpoville, right, Ardemichael? Yeah, we're certainly going to live up to that this weekend. It's basically going to be an all-nighter tonight, followed up by an all-nighter Sunday into Monday. So Sunday might also involve some sleep streaming. which will be ironic because we're going to be painting an Indianapolis race car, yet we'll probably be asleep most of the time we're painting it. So that, again, it's what, 6, so not quite 7 a.m. on a Saturday morning there in the European lands. So would imagine in an hour or so, more folks will be up and about doing whatever's. There we go. Now we're starting to get some of our greenish hints in there. Something more like that. There we go. Yeah, Art of Michael, it is so. It is very much like sleeping on a D20 adventure chart or something like that. Well, misadventure chart. Yeah, it's the sleep D20 misadventure chart. And whatever the result, whatever the roll is that leads to basically no sleep, that's the one that we roll the most, right, Art of Michael? Now we might. Now let me go back to the face. Yeah, let's get some more of our orange here in the face. So there's again our little bit of our rosa and some of the orange. Might still try to darken some of that. Yeah, maybe. We don't have to decide now. We're not even 2 hours in. 1 hour 52 minutes ago, this had no paint on it. But of course, this is number 4. We've done 3 other ones, including the Boss Man so far. Art of Michael, I know I've said it, I think on even some of the tutorial vids, I said if speech is slurred, it is not due to medicine. It's just due to no sleep. Much as we love our medicine, yeah, that is not what causes the fatigue. Fatigue is the whole, well, not getting a chance to do any sleeping. Oh, yeah, where's our, and we are going to access our fabulous Pearline Crimson here. I think we are. How about you go over there? Nope, a little bit more of you. Yes, I know you're a Series 6 and we're not going to use a whole bunch, but still need more than that. Ooh, look at that. That is just the most glorious deep dark red, which again also has the staining ability too. So this is the only actual like red that has any kind of staining properties to it. Let me get some more of my darker burgundy down in there. Let's work some of that into here. More of that. Okay, look on this side too. There we are. Gonna start to reflect some red out onto that armor and such. Wait, Is it the only book that... Okay, that's the only book that's really going to require any of our illuminated manuscript to be happening there. Now, while we let that set, we are going to take our Van Dyke Brown and our Violet. So Van Dyke Violet here, that's another nice, interesting combination there. Van Dyke Brown, a little bit of the Dioxazine Violet. It's as much about creating sharper edges here as it is about just the adding of the darker tone. Your eye looks at that, it sees some of those really sharp, hard edges, and it says, ah, that's got to be some kind of metal surface there. That's not cloth, that's not skin. You can basically train the person's eye that's looking at this to believe what we want them to believe that surface is. We say, all right, we want them to believe that surface is some kind of hard metal edge, the sword blade, armor piece, something along those lines. We better have some sharp edge, not necessarily edge highlight. You can have a couple of middle tones next to each other if they have a contrasting color slash saturation, as long, again, as the edge between them is a sharp one. Anything else here? Yeah, okay. I don't think. Let me take a little look, see it. Okay, I think I want to also bring in a little more of the dark up here. And I am bound to determine right after this, actually right now, I'm just going to do it now before we forget again. There's that Payne's great. We're just going to hit these ears with it here because I'll just keep forgetting otherwise. Let me just darken these. Because right now they're essentially the same as what the armor is. Touch more dark right there. And more here. And we're still going to get in there. Oh yeah, our very light highlights in there. Sure, we're going to have to do that too. Now on these deals here, you know what? I still gotta get the orange on the top of that. But while I've got this darker stuff on the brush here, we need to poof. Okay, here's that little bit dark inside there, and I think now even already our reflected light starts to show up more there. So if everybody checks out the Patreon page, we just posted the latest video. That would be this General Grievous with a little touch of the object, source lighting, and here again, this was another key thing where saturation but also color contrast are a thing. We will do a film noir, and I did a couple of these on the video. I mean, yeah, okay, it looks sort of like there's light. It looks like there's metal because there's lots of sharp edges and reflections, but the core temperature, right? One of our colors has more yellow in it, one of our colors does not. The green has the yellows, the blue does not, and now we have those two different light source colors distinguishable from each other only, not because of value or anything like that. That is all due to, well, there's just a little bit of yellow in one of those colors, and that's it. That's the big difference. Let me see if I can. I wonder. I need that quill there. I think I could start messing around with that a little more. Get some lighter stuff happening there. Sure enough, I think it's been about 35 minutes or so since I last messed around with that. Play around with this blue here on the eye. I guess a little more. Like so. Yeah, okay. Let me, we'll get the Pearling Crimson here. Let's mess around the outer edge of this. Some veins that kind of get into there. Now let's take and also do the little highlight thing in our pupil right there. Come on, there we are. Okay, so now we got ourselves a little eyeball thing going on. Touch more here of the light now that the ears have been made the color they need to be. Well, at least as far as the dark goes, we're going to have to come back in there with the light too, but we're going to wait on that. We just put that stuff on there. Don't be a hasty little hobbit. Okay, we got that above his eye now. Touch more here with our light, also on these things. I wonder, yeah, I'll probably come back with some of the dark too. It is easier to make those, some of those sharper delineations with the darker colors than with the lighter colors. Because it's easier to get things just thinner, physically thinner paint with the darker colors than the lighter colors. I mean, that's pretty much the same thing with the acrylics too. Not really all that different. Catching some of our light edges up there. Yeah, we better get this lighter too up here. Let's do that. Same thing over here on some parts of this filigree. And then we can always come back with, say, maybe our Indian yellow or whatever, and then just tint that to more of a yellow. Indian yellow, remember, is hyper translucent. It's just not translucent, it's like, it makes most other translucent colors look like opaques by comparison. Now, oh yeah, here, let me break this down a little bit. Not too much, we don't want a pin line wash. But we got this filigree over here. Filigree time. so over here. Hey there, Sarge. How are you doing? Great to see you, Sarge. Can always use a wee spot of the medicine. Thank you so much, Sarge. So Sarge, glad that you're going to be able to. It's going to be full on ReaperCon, right? You have the days now. No more partial ReaperCons. No more travel or anything like that. Just doing the ReaperCon thing. I guess, Sarge, when you're there, is it? I guess since now you can actually really just sort of enjoy it there. I wasn't sure if you might be doing some of the classes there. Oh, and Sarge, that well, those recipes look fantastic, Sarge. Oh, Sarge, I'll have to send you the pictures of this here, but let me see if we can get to it. Yeah, here we go. So this was our task today was red velvet cupcakes part 2, and it all went easier, especially this phase, right, with the decoration phase or the icing phase. Nice to see you there, Shrugs. Happy Saturday. And Shrug, where's there? Oh, here's our Spacescape from last night. Right there, that was our Thursday, Flat Thursday stream. Thanks, Shrugs, appreciate that. So they have the. I'm starting to think that maybe the lamb cake next Easter that would have to be in red velvet, because then we could do our sacrificial lamb. Because I think somebody sent me a video of one of those. It was done in red velvet, and when they cut that open, oh yeah. Thanks, Shrugsly. Appreciate that. And of course, Sarge did. I know it's still a ways away. I was hoping that maybe this weekend, the next couple of weekends, you'll get a chance to work on the tiger there or the Stug. Again, if you want to share the Geschütz or the Tigre or something like that, please go ahead. Also doing Scale Fast. Well, Sarge, if you take any pictures from that, let me see what some of the nifty things that you get to see there. Because, well, even when I'm at conventions, I basically see the inside of a booth and the nearest bathroom. Yeah, that's generally what I see of a convention. Wherever the nearest bathroom is and the inside of my booth. So it is on the Geschütz. Now, Sarge, with the Geschütz, is that something that's going to also be using those grass sheets that you got, and of course, or the Proxon? So Shrugs, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And again, this is the fourth one. Our last one that we did was the boss man right here. And of course, what's going to be interesting now is that I'm going to take pictures of all of our finished miniatures, and we are going to say hello to surface tension. We're going to bring in some of these other graphics together, and we're actually going to try and do some like an animated scene. Thank you so much. Appreciate that, surface tension. So surface tension, if you want to share anything in chat, please go ahead. Surface tension, this is the last of the 4 baristas. And again, what we're going to do is we're going to bring these into Skynet, and we're going to animate these guys. Yeah, we're bringing these into Skynet, because I think that would be super, super cool. And of course, surface tension, you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. And also, everybody, please give Michael Paints Minis a follow. So, Michael, we were just talking about ReaperCon. Well, we must have conjured you up there, Michael, because I know you got classes there. And if you want to share your class links where people can go on the ReaperCon site and take some of Michael's Get Good classes and other such things. So again, great to see you there, Sarge. And well, I'm just really glad. Has it been what, like 5 years you've been wanting to just kind of get to ReaperCon and just enjoy it, kind of like a normal con? Well, Sarge, I hope that works out. I'm sure that it will. And again, I wish I had some words to the wise for you on the Proxon. All of the videos that I watched on that were like 2 years ago. So I don't remember a whole bunch. I do know that those shifting lands jigs are really, really, really helpful. Everybody check out that Mastodon link that Surface Tension shared. And everybody please, again, check out those tabletop events. That list, that's again for ReaperCon. All the folks going to ReaperCon. Check that out and be sure to see what Michael is doing. Of course, again, Michael, if you want to share anything in the chat, Michael also streams. So give Michael Paints Minis a follow as well. Michael, I think you heard me talking. Well, I'll shoot you a message, Michael, offline. But I actually did send. Now, of course, Ed and we had talked about this several times. But I did mention it to Ron. And even Reaper Dave. I said, look, if I can send the lights, camera, even miniatures, the oil paints, the brushes, if I can just send all that stuff and it can just live in a tote or something like that, right, in the Reaper factory, then just like you just said, there's all I got to do is bring my carcass there, and that is it, instead of all the other stuff, because that is as you know, right, Michael, that's the difficulty, is getting that stuff there. And then I guess the other thing is to avoid having to do the whole Delta to Atlanta and all that kind of stuff, because unfortunately Southwest does not fly from here to there except through not DFW but the other airport, whatever the other basically like your version of Midway Airport. So whatever I already forgot what it's called, but because of contractual things and because it's a hub to a hub, Southwest Airlines, which is like 90% of Midway Airport, I can't use. So that is the other issue. I know there's been a few folks that said, look, just let me know when you get into that airport because I live by there. And of course, Michael, right, then Reaper doesn't have to deal with trying to ship stuff back to me after I've shipped stuff to them. So that would certainly make life easier for next year, wouldn't it, Michael? Oh, it's at Love. I kept thinking, I'm like, it's not Dulles. That's that's like that's Washington D.C. there. I'll never forget the one time I got to use that airport. Actually, Ed came and picked us up. The baggage claim thing was like one. It wasn't even a conveyor belt. It was like just a chute, and every so often a suitcase would come flying out of there, and that was about it. I don't know if that's still the same, if it's grown anymore. Michael, I think actually they would nominate you for sainthood or something like that, so that they didn't have to. It would be one less person they had to deal with, because we know how they have tons of people to do everything, right, Michael? As in, there's like 3 people to do the work of 50 people, and that's pretty much your average Reapercon. Uh, Now it's probably more like 2 people to do the work of 100. So yeah, tiny little. It's not even called Love Airport. It's called Love Field, right? Basically, it reminded me of Midway Airport back in the 70s and 80s. Now, I'm pretty sure that the roof does not leak at Love Field the way it did at Midway Airport, which used to be the busiest airport in the world. And there was also a high school sitting in the middle of it. Yep, there was a high school sitting in the middle of Midway Airport. Oh, geez, Michael, I did not know that. That is fantastic. Well, or maybe not, Michael, when it comes to ReaperCon. Yeah, now you're one of those people. It's like, wait a minute, what? I guess it all depends. If you are one of the core people, then you got some work to do at ReaperCon. Well, see, that's a nice little double. What would you say there, Michael? The fact that you can still do both. Yeah, that is cool. Yeah, surface tension. It was. And again, I'm used to small airports because, well, again, Midway was not what it is now back in the day. Let me try some more. Yeah, like that. Okay, we're getting our lighter reds in here now. So yeah, hopefully Ron's not too miffed at me there for not being able to do this year. Obviously, there were the family circumstances going on that, again, it wasn't quite Kathy 2.0, but it was still in the ballpark. So we would hopefully they'll still say, okay, fine, we'll let you come here. Oh, geez, that's right, Michael. There's the whole new building. There's an entirely new building. I'm going to be completely lost there, Michael. Well, I guess maybe not the hotel so much, because it's still the same hotel, right? Now, Sarge, does that same lady that runs the kitchen there, whatever, does she still sing in the mornings? Because she used to sing the national anthem. I think there's a lot more stuff built up around it. I think the only restaurant that was nearby was the TGI Fridays back in what, 2019? I'm guessing there's a few more. So yeah, Sarge, hopefully it means that you and I might, who knows, maybe we have a chance to hang out there at the ReaperCons next year. So now we've got some of our later reds in there. Because if I remember right, it was all kind of, the only thing that was around there was just like some medical center stuff. I wonder. Nah, let's mess around with this book here. Where's my some of the brown to do a little bit of the stains on the book there. Let's grab a blending brush here. Just gonna push that. Look at that. I'm just gonna push that stuff around. See, it just kind of stains the pages, just a smidge. I think this is actually the brush that we're looking for here. Let me grab. See what happens with this sap green here. Try again, do a little bit of an illuminated manuscript thing here. I better deposit some of that paint elsewhere. There was way too much sitting on that brush. Now let's do some work here. Now the one thing I will have to get, Michael, is, oh, what the heck is it called? A real ID? Because I believe now you gotta have one of those if you're gonna be doing the flyboy thing. So gonna have to get ourselves one of those somehow. All right, let's do our eyeball over here. No. Let's do this first. So I don't have a state. All I got is the driver's license, so that means I will have to take that and then create a real ID. And I believe that was instituted as of right now, right, Armored Wolf? Now here is our not Fanchon Red, because we got this to do, we got that to do, we got another one on the other side to do. There's, oh yeah, there's all those little guys up there, but there is one, oh yeah, here. We got that to do. So as of May 7th, you wants to do the plain thing, you gotta have yourself a real ID. But that's okay because we're not even at ReaperCon 2025 yet, which I know makes Sarge and Michael very glad. Because Sarge and Michael, they're actually, the Michael, hopefully your Reaper entries are going well. Your MS, is it MS Open or is it the MSP? I can't remember. It's been a while. I think I've always just kind of called it the Reaper Open. Now the MSP Open, okay. So instead of totally losing my mind, I've only partially lost my mind. There's not much to lose, so you would think we'd be able to hang on to it easier. Actually, I need to get me some more of this dark over here. Yeah, that's what we're missing. Behind these things, sure enough. Yeah, let's make that darker. Oh, there we go. There we go. So surface tension, yeah, oh, I cannot wait to take these guys, to take pictures of these guys and animate these. I think it's going to be super, super fun. And then, of course, when we get this painted, we'll actually have this thing going around around Indianapolis, around the Brickyard. Yeah, that's going to be going around the Brickyard. I'm just really, really, really jazzed and excited to see what that's going to look like. Sarge, that's well, now as much as I love the Portillo, actually, ironically enough, Kathy's favorite was the, well, I don't think you have those down there, but up here, Portillo's is also combined with the Barnelli's. So if you want a honkin' plate of lasagna or something like that, that's you can get that at the Portillo's slash Barnelli's. And of course, well, we have our Giordano's pizza sticker that we made. Classic kind of pizza box style right there with the pastels, the 1950 pastels. So that was a resin one there, surface tension. The subsequent ones are going to have to be a whole lot smaller than that because it's just there's no easy way to print that. It has to do, as you can imagine, with the open wheel tire design. Now, the one thing I haven't really looked for is some NASCAR stuff. So that might be easier for printing in the future, is just finding some NASCAR STL files. There's got to be something out there. There just has to be some kind of. I wouldn't mind if it was sort of the classic NASCAR stuff, like say a Darrell Waltrip or Richard Petty type vehicle there. Come on, give me a little bit more of this dark here as well again, because that might be reflecting down onto the armor there. So yeah, I'm looking for NASCAR stuff because that way we could do again the same kind of theme like we're doing for our IndyCar. Yeah, I don't see as much NASCAR as I used to. The Gen 6 cars wasn't not really a big fan of those. They basically just kind of bounce off the foam walls and everybody keeps going. More flaming wrecks, more better. We need pieces of cars going up into the crowd and stuff like that, tires flying off. We ain't watching that thing for 4 hours to see a whole bunch of left turns. Do this here. More orange over here. Still got, I might still bring in some more of our greens as well. Might still be doing that. Nice to see you there, Ink Gunnies. Everybody, please give Ink Gunnies a follow. So, Ink Gunnies, I know you got stuff you can share in that chat. Now, surface tension, I don't know if you got a chance to see. I don't think you saw the last bits of our Spacescape there. That's what we did last night. That was what, Spacescape number 8. Yeah, Art of Michael, it's got to be like the opening credits of Speed Racer, right? Where you just, again, you have the flaming Rex cars flying into the stands. That's what racing is all about. So, guys, again, you want to post anything in the chat, please go ahead. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Ink Gunnies just shared, and then please give Ink Gunnies a follow. Now, guys, did you think you were thinking about streaming today? I wasn't sure if you actually got a chance to do that. All right, here's another spot where we got to get in here with some of our lights. So again, check out that Instagram link that Ngane just shared. Fabulous oil painted stuff there. Yeah, surface tension. So, oh gosh, what was it? Well, I would probably do my 7 minutes in the microwave to kind of get that baby, well, cooked to the eatable portion. Then I think we would cut that baby open. We'd add some of our ingredients, and then a little bit of air fryer action on top of that. So yeah, I'm thinking surface tension. That's what we got to do. So possibly this afternoon, a little bit of a stream for Inganes. Yeah, Inganes. The universe. You have streaming plans. The universe has other plans, right? The universe is like, no. Well, that's so cute. That is so cute. You had plans to stream today. I got other plans for you. Yeah, here's my plan for you. So yeah, surface tension. I do believe. Oh, actually, surface tension. I think I showed you. Yeah, you saw the red velvet cupcakes part two. Let's just say that this time I was not covered in all of the frosting like last time. That went really, really easy. It just took a few minutes and boom, it was done. Yeah, that's and it knows, right, Ingani? It knows just what to do. Yeah, surface tension. I was explaining earlier in the stream about all of the Welsh Landic grays and well, of course, the rarest of all pigments, cadmium Welsh gray, gray shade. Look at this, because this showed up today. That's the new Elkid. That's Payne's gray, and I could not resist talking a little bit of Welshlandia there. We never did get our lights here, although oh yeah, we're gonna have to take our Indian yellow, not so much the orange, but we have to take our Indian yellow. We're gonna have to do some tinting over here. That's all right. Actually, oh yeah, that's I keep thinking their surface tension. It would be like Gollum, right? When they put that rope on him, and he says it burns us. I'm just imagining a whole population of people just kind of writhing around like Gollum there, with the sun, with the giant death orb in the sky, and they're all just like, it burns us. Well, there's a graphics mission for you. Now, oh, look at that. Look at that little bit of orange right there. We're going to do that in a couple other spots, like up here. That was when we want. There you go. There you go. That's been missing in a few places. So, yeah, Michael Paints Minis. Do they have anything going on in the, I guess you would call it the hotel lobby? Because that's where we were, right, with Fort Wapple? I don't know if that's all entirely gaming now. Because they did have lots of spaces for, I guess, was it open gaming out there in the lobby? Now, the interesting thing is, Michael, they never do it anyway, right? They make all that, there's much grinding and gnashing of teeth, and then like 10% of them do it anyway. Yeah, surface tension, it's kind of like that's like a mirror universe. Yeah, Pleasantville is like a mirror universe. So instead of the color blindness chart, there's surface tension. I'm sure kids in your area, they get the grayscale chart. So gaming is in the area between the main ballroom and the classes, and I guess is the dealer or the vendors area still kind of in the same place there, Michael? Because it was kind of, if you're walking into the main ballroom, it was off to the left, right? At least, again, it's been a while. And I guess, well, the other thing too, Michael, obviously a warlord is there. I don't know if Badger Ken is still doing that. Oh, he's probably not doing ReaperCon anymore. And then the artist alley is off to the right, right, and then a lot of the you got your open painting tables are kind of in that giant middle area. So Michael says that Cuttlefish Colors going to be at ReaperCon this year, and again, Michael paints me as if you wanted to post, well, just the general ReaperCon website there again. Who knows? Maybe, well, maybe some of our international friends might also be coming to ReaperCon. There's also tons of, as far as the MSP goes, the painting contest. There's lots of manufacturer awards. I know that Dark Sword, Bombshell, probably Moonlight Minis. Those are the three that definitely come to mind. Moonlight Minis, Bombshell, and Dark Sword would probably have their manufacturers awards in the painting contest. And everybody should definitely check out Moonlight Minis. Everybody should check out Dark Sword Miniatures. Everybody should also check out Bombshell. Patrick Keith there. Oh, actually, Bombshell Miniatures is doing Trench Crusade stuff. That's it. So if you're looking for more Trench Crusade figures, Bombshell Miniatures also is doing some of that. And again, that's Patrick Keith. Counterblast, if you're familiar with that, that is Patrick Keith stuff there. Warlord did a manufacturer's award. Oh, and Turbo Dork. So yeah, I will get Michael. Hopefully, I know that Ron he's got so much stuff to deal with. I was just hoping he wouldn't be too irritated that I just could not get there this year. Oh, look at that! Look at that orange right in there. Again, that is a tint. We're using mostly the Indian yellow, but with a little chaser here of the quinacridone magenta. And the quinacridone magenta, just like the Indian yellow, is hyper translucent. I mean, as in massively translucent. Oh boy, Michael, I got to get that stuff too. Um, I keep forgetting to sign up for that, Michael. I guess if you could shoot me a reminder message about that. Trying to get more of this. Again, this heavy duty orange up here. It's got a little bit of the quinacridone magenta, and then it's got a little bit of the Indian yellow. Between those two, again, really translucent. And again, that's kind of the advantage of this, the darker primer approach, using the alkyds. I mean, you don't have to use the alkyds only with darker primer approach. We just kind of adopted that because, well, something like this, it would be impossible to do our usual pre-glaze on. There's no way we could reach 2/3 of this stuff. So everybody check out the Bombshell Miniatures Kickstarter campaign right there. Again, that is a Patrick Keith Counterblast. Actually, I wanted to get some of the Counterblast figures that almost kind of look a little bit like the Avatar figures, so I could print those up at 72 mil and paint them up like that one Loot Studios figure there, Michael. Now, speaking of tinting, see, we got nothing color. We got a little bit of value there, but we got no color there. Here's our Indian yellow. Now, look at this here. See that? See how that tints that? We're working with what's there. We're not trying to wipe it out. We're trying to work with it, tinting it, and there we go. Thanks, Michael. Appreciate that. Because I saw that, I want to say, like 3-4 days ago. And then I saw some additional, maybe some renders, some test renders or something like that. Basically, Michael, I mean, if this makes any sense, and I think you'll know what I'm saying here, is they would be stigmatic nuns that would be Twitch safe. I think you know of what I speak. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those would be Twitch safe stigmatic nuns. Because the other ones, the regular ones, are less, well, they would need Twitch clothes. I'll get that. Again, the brain doesn't work well. It stopped working a long time ago, but thanks for confirming that as I add more lights here to the golds, to the metals there. And of course, Reaper Miniatures, they were kind enough to do the to join forces with Dark Sword Miniatures on the Kathy tribute figure, and that was a massive help here. And again, they did that when they had their own turmoil going on. So they had plenty of things on their plate at that time. And they still forged ahead on that, so it is a huge appreciation. I never did the lighter stuff on the horse either. We'll have to do that too. That. Ironically enough, surface tension. That's kind of what they. It looks surprisingly like painter's tape, right? Surface tension. Look at that. Look at that. We got ourselves a wild Ford in the chat. Everybody say hello to Ford, to Ford Finch there. And Ford, if you want to share anything in the chat, please go ahead. Great to see you there, Ford. Actually, yeah. Well, here you go, Ford. If I'm going to be able to get to ReaperCon in 26, I will. I'm going to have a certain place that makes fudge send like a 2 pounds worth of fudge to Michael's house so that we can have that at ReaperCon the entire time we're there. So again, everybody please check out some links that Ford's going to share. Patrick's new stuff there. Let me get some more of my lights on this here. So Ford, I hope that everything just in general is going really well. And then again, if you want to share those okay. Well, I know sometimes it's not exactly super secret, but so congratulations there, Ford. Glad that you're helping out Patrick there with his fabulous figures. What do we got going here? A little bit more there? Yeah, sure, a little bit more there. So next week, well, I'm looking forward to seeing him, Ford. I'll try to remember to ask you to say, hey, Ford, can you show me what you've been doing with Patrick's Twitch safe stigmatic nuns? Yeah, a little bit more. This right here. The lighter there. Still need, okay, yep, this, the hammer here, we're going to lighten that up a little, come on, more on the handle, and then this quill here is a little funky right now. We got to get the rest, there we go, okay, the rest of the quill in there. A little bit more of the lighter part on the eyeball there. And of course, Ford, I hope that ReaperCon for you and Sarge and Michael and Moonlight Minis and Patrick, everybody, and Warlord, here's hoping that it's a massive success this year. So Ngane's already a backer. Be like Ngane's. Oh, yeah, Monster Den going to be there. Oh, I guess he's not bringing Otis with him, right, Michael? Unless he is. I don't think he's bringing Otis with him. Can I sneak in a little bit more light there? Yeah, sure. Actually, I'm pretty sure Monster Den was streaming tonight because, well, I saw a dog bed with a dog laying on there. I figured that's got to be Otis. All right, let me take my Payne's Gray here. We will mix that. Some of our start out over here. Actually, that's a little lighter than I expected. Get some of that on our horsey now. Chuck some more of that over here. Again, Inganis, if you wanted to, I know you shared it before, but if you wanted to share some of your stuff again, some of the Trench Crusade stuff you've been working on. It's kind of funny, surface tension. It's it's gray back there. We basically had all of your Welsh weather So it was actually the furnace has been going on. You would love this surface tension. Yeah, the furnace has been going off the last 3 days here because, well, I don't think that well, there were freeze warnings in Wisconsin. Not we didn't get down into the 30s here, but we got to about 47 degrees here. So what's that? Maybe about 5 degrees Celsius, something like that. See you later there, Michael. Again, appreciate you being here, and thanks for all of the heads up there, Michael. Now, and congratulations on all the stuff there too, Michael. I realized I should extend that as well. Some congrats. And who knows? Maybe at a certain point in 2026, we'll be waiting by the luggage rack at Love Field. Everybody check out the Kickstarter link that Ford just shared. Again, that is if you're looking for some Trench Crusade figures, some stigmatic nuns that maybe, well, they're ones that you could be able to paint on Twitch without having to modify them, or any painter's tape. Go check those out. So yeah, Artemenko, I was wondering how that last nor'easter went for you. And of course, everybody please give Blades a follow as well. Blades, if you want to share your stuff in the chat again, I know you did early on, but that was a while ago. It was almost 3 hours ago. Why don't you go ahead and share that again? More of that over here. Yeah, like so. Oh, gee whiz, we got nothing down there. How's about some radiant gray? that's that's another one of our Welshlandic colors there. But that's sensational for it. Again, I'm just I know that there was a lot of different irons you had going on there. You were talking about Adepticon and such that were going to be in the fire, so to speak. So glad that these are working out. Now, I know that was kind of emergency procedures there, Blades, but I'm glad that you were still able to stream with the phone there. Okay, we're doing that. Yeah, like so. Everybody share the Insta, so check out the Insta link that Blades just shared. And everyone, please also give Blades81 a follow while you're at it. Oh, yeah, let's do this. Let's try. That might just be what I am looking for in there. I think so. And now, try this. Is that gonna have it? Okay, that's relatively light too. Now that's fantastic, Blades. Yeah, needless to say, I've never even thought about attempting to stream on the phone. Whoops, that is going to be too much red. That's a nice brown. Well, that's almost like asphaltum mixed with the later color right there. I will use that on some of these straps then. Yeah, Blade, again, when you've been doing the streaming stuff, right, you know just what's entailed, and most other folks, they just don't know, right, Blades? I want. I'm just gonna chuck that over there. So everybody be like in Gunnies and check out the link that Blades just shared on the Instagrams. Now I'm not gonna be doing a whole bunch with the ground here because looky here, again our own grass tufts, and look at all this ground cover stuff. Isn't that better than trying to paint all this stuff here? That is much better than trying to paint all that stuff. Much more texture, much more color, all the things. All the things. Oh, I had a big old chunk of paint on the end of the brush there. I had to get rid of that. More of our greens down here. More of that up here. A little bit along the bottom of that. I was looking at the big boss, man. I said, we got to get more of our greens down there. I also get more of our light down there too, but we needed that to be a little bit more greenish. And thanks to Armored Wolf for sharing the merch. So again, the merch is available. We got merch for the channel here. All right, there. Something here. Bring this out here. All right, and our skilly friends. Let me grab a different brush here. We are going to do some rusty stuff. Here. Boom, there we go. On those spears just sitting there. So again, everybody please give Enganes a follow, give Blades a follow. So yeah, Ford, really glad that you'll be able to be out there at ReaperCon and having fun. Again, hopefully we'll be able to do that together in 2026. Do that. Let me grab a little bit of this into our Payne's Gray. And yeah, I'm definitely going to get some more of the light on the horses here. That's I'm glad that you're able to do a little bit of hobby stuff there, a little bit of painting stuff there, Enganes, and of course Enganes, it's possible might be streaming later this afternoon there. So again, be sure you give Enganes a follow so you don't miss that. Fabulous oil painted miniatures. And for it, it's been a long time since I had some of that fudge. I actually was looking up recipes to try and make some, because it was the blueberry cheesecake. That was my favorite one of all the fudges there. And there really was no good recipe anywhere for making that. So might just have to. Oh, I think if there's some of the other flavors that you want, you basically have to kind of get that combo platter one. But I do believe we froze some of it. Yeah, we froze some of that and had it over time. So, hey there, Pieces, how you doing? Happy Saturday to you. I hope that all is well there. I'm working my way around on the horsey now. We hadn't really done a whole bunch of the later stuff on him now. We don't want to go too bonkers with that because, well, he's supposed to be a black horse, so oh yeah, there is another. I thought there was a second one there. Let me see if I can just grab some of this yellow to make a later gold here. What the heck? Let us do that. Like so. Also here. Couple more hits of it. Now it's a little bit different doing that yellow. Here almost well, mixing it with the green is kind of interesting. Because now it almost has a bit of a lemon yellow look to it. So that would be basically a cooler yellow. Yes, you can have yellows that are warmer and cooler. I think Spaces, it's the fourth one of the unit. Which one was first? I think this was the first one we did. Then here was the second one. These are from Creature Caster, the Mounted Barristers. I think actually the last one we did was the Boss Man here. So there was that. Well, there was some freehand on the cloak and other freehands and such. I'm going to check in a little bit more of this here. So Pieces, hopefully you've been able to get some painting in yourself. I know sometimes, again, real life says, nope, you ain't doing that. Even though that's really something you would really want to do. And these are, 3D printed from Creature Caster. And of course, we're going to be doing an entire painting series, or diorama building series, actually, on the Patreon page. And it's going to be a little bit something like this. We're going to take our 4 mounted baristas. We got kind of put them like a shattered courthouse, like a ruined courthouse. You got that mural over there. So we're going to incorporate the mural, all of the skulls, the law books, and everything. And now we've learned quite a bit, even since then, about kind of combining ChatGPT and other things to create references. And that's what I'm going to be doing again, is taking basically pictures of these and then combining them with my landscape concepts so that I can figure out exactly what I want to do for the diorama stuff. And then ultimately we want to animate it. We actually want to have these guys walking around and doing stuff. Now, Pieces, well, of course, here, right in Chicago, there's about 30 seconds out of the year that might work for spraying anything outside. So that's why we, years ago, we just started using the Stynylrez. Just these guys, I just brushed the Stynylrez on. All right, well, have fun at the show there, Sarge. I'm sure it's going to be really cool. And again, if you see anything really nifty, say, oh man, Jim's got to see this. If you don't mind sending me a picture or two. That'd be fabulous. Well, here's hoping that you get a chance to get that Proxon working well. I'll try and find you some. I think you already found some of the good tutorials. Well, I mean, the guy who makes them makes all the guides. He makes a couple of nifty tutorial vids, I think, and I'm pretty sure you've already watched those. But here's hoping that that all goes great. Nice to see you there, Doji. Doji, if you want to share your fabulous oil painting links, please go ahead. And look at this, Doji. I promised you a bakery run on a Saturday morning, and I did not disappoint here. Looky here. Look at this, Doji. Yeah, look at that. So bakery run there, Doji. So pieces, yeah, well, alternately it's been either like 95 degrees or 45 degrees here. Also, well, rain and everything else. So yeah, we gave up on any kind of spray can primers and such probably 22 years ago. Well, at least 20 years ago. So yeah, Doji, we had to have a bakery run in honor of you. Except we didn't have to run very far for that bakery, Doji. Yeah, didn't have to go very far. And again, Doji, if you want to share your fabulous oil painted stuff in the chat, please do that. I'm going to keep going with this maybe. That is our not Mars Yellow Deep, and some of the white together. There we go. See, light, dark, and then light again. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Doji just shared. Boy, that is tricky trying to squeeze that in there. There is not a whole lot of space for that. And again, everybody please check out fabulous oil painted miniatures by Doji. Gotta do the same on this side now. Alright, let's do it. Let's do this on this side. So here's our working its way into here. Look at that. Just one brush stroke stop. Now we're going to take this and we're going to incorporate that into our orange, which we can do without having to do a bunch of layers. Hashtag no layers, right? Hashtag no layers. Give me some of this green. Doji, here, Doji, let me show you a little something here. We're having some fun with surface tension. Look at that. I actually got it on the palette here, just fooling around with it. So that's the Griffin Alkids. That's the Payne's Gray right there. So that is the primary Alkyd paint of Welshlandia right there. Payne's Gray in its Alkyd form. Actually, most of the Alkyd colors in Welshlandia are Payne's Gray. I'm going to take some of this, touch more of that, and now we're going to go with our strong darks on here. Some strong darks on this, like you do. There we are. So Doji, actually even the regular Winsor Newton Payne's Gray is okay because no pre-glaze, right? So yeah, no pre-glaze, no worries, no worries. And actually, this is the other thing that showed up today. So we basically now, and this is that the water washable stuff, we at least have a workable palette for the big kitty. Now, of course, you haven't seen that video yet. I think I might just be posting that. I'll probably be posting that on Sunday, the big kitty. But in the video, I'm doing the color charts on those things, and I realized what I wanted to do as far as the colors go, and I'm like, I gotta have Indian yellow, because the only yellow I had, period, was the cadmium yellow, which, believe it or not, is not super great for things like flames. Indian yellow, yes. We need the intensity of the Indian yellow. There we go. There's our light along there. We need some of that up here. Maybe a little bit of something in there. I don't know. So basis, the oils themselves, they have no smell. It's what you're probably smelling is whatever they were using to thin them with. Now, of course, we use the high quality odorless thinner, like so. And also, well, generally this is the size of, this is the amount of thinner we're using. So there's no smell from the oil paints, and again, any kind of the stuff that you're smelling, most likely people using low quality thinner or something like that. Yeah, that's a secondary school. They're not exactly using high quality artist stuff there. I mean, even at the academy, we were basically using kerosene because that was another era, and you didn't have quite the choices of like the we have now. What's funny, actually, Paces, what I can smell is the acrylics. Like, and even, well, even the, like our jars of primer, I open those up and they smell very much like primer. I don't smell anything with the oils, but I can smell the acrylics. Let's do some of this here. Also, a little bit of light on that. But again, you're using such minimal amounts of thinner. I mean, I'm not joking. That's that little tiny water bottle cap. That's basically it. That's all they've been using for 3 hours and 13 minutes. Now, yeah, it was very much different in the younger days when it was just like, here, get some dime store thinner. I mean, think of it just like 3D printing. 3D printing is, well, infinitely more fragrant and infinitely more hazardous than oil paints, that's for sure. I'm going to get me some of this fabulous red over here. We're going to put that on a couple of these things. Guess we need to make it a little lighter still. Oh, here it is. Like, there was something that was red over here. I don't remember what the heck it was. That's what it is. Can steal a little bit of you, maybe. Yeah. No, that is too much. Go back to our other red. might still need to chuck in a little bit of the yellow here, especially if I'm going to be adding a little more of the white. Let's see what this is going to do here. Touch more of it there. And basis, the other nice thing is that, well, you got stuff like, say, the Paul Rubens Alkids. You can get those on Amazon. Super nice price. And they are very, very forgiving, too. And they dry a whole lot faster than regular oil paints. There we are. And of course, we recommend that you do the color charts first, so you can not only get a chance to see what the colors look like, but also how they handle, how they dry. That these all dry very matte. These are those Paul Rubens oils we're talking about. And maybe your first miniature is, first of all, very simple. Second of all, maybe just take one light color, one dark color, do a value study. That when we were doing our watercolor class, it was a 10-month class. For 3 months, you had one color. It was called brown. Halfway through the year, you had 3 colors, and that was it. That's all you had. Because they didn't want you struggling with learning a new medium and also fooling around with a full color palette. That was not going to end well. Well, it would end probably very abruptly, but not well. And yeah, that's something we recommend everybody that wants to try out the oils. Do the color chart thing, kind of get used to how they handle. I mean, I do color charts all the time. Every single one of my color theory and oils videos has at least a couple of color charts in it. And I'm always finding out something in those color charts. There's something to learn doing those color charts. I'm going to try and finish off a bit of my stuff down here. Let's get our lighter stuff going on our illuminated manuscript thing here. All right, let's get this on our little book here. Around the outside of that, and a little something on the inside there. And then the little eyeball thing here. Thanks, Cam, to appreciate that. More of our green. How about that? Now, very excited for painting that Indy race car there, Camda. I gotta say, I think that's gonna be super, super fun. And guys, I think we have a little bit of our medicine left. Geez, when's the last time we had some medicine? So it looked like an hour ago when Sarge and Surface Tension both, well, just basically demanded that we have some of our medicine. They just said, you must stop and have medicine. Doji, so we're just about to start the first ever, essentially, Battlefleet Gothic Army Painting Series. That is just about there. I think I've got everything prepped. And now the latest experiments with the AI stuff, I think we've got ourselves, we're going to be able to do some very, very, very nifty reference or some color scheming there. I think we'll even be able to include the bases too. Thank you so much, Inganis. Appreciate it. Oh, it's getting a little low. Getting a little low there. So Doji, it's the non-Battlefleet Gothic stuff, ironically. What is it from Grand Fleet Admiral? In some ways, they look a little bit like either maybe Narn ships, or they could either be more like Narn ships or Klingon ships, Doji. Yeah, they might almost look a little bit like Klingon ships in a way. But that is, I've got a second fleet all printed out, and I even have a third fleet that I started printing out. Again, with these things, you got to kind of check the sizes on them. I've also been printing out bases like crazy. So thanks again, Inganes. Appreciate that. I didn't realize it was that long ago. Like, holy smokes, that was an hour ago. Oh, I guess we're one follow away from 9,400. Wow. Oh, that's right. I think there was a few folks that followed maybe after the raid when I raided Brush Liquor, I think maybe. So thanks to the folks that followed. If obviously I didn't get a chance to say thanks because that happened offline, but we appreciate all the follows. Okay, I guess we just got one more to reach the 9,400 mark. I mean, that's not much of a number there. It's, I guess 9,500 would be something, but still, there. I guess you could say there's a zero. So I got to figure out the color scheme there, Doji, and oh, Ben, I think I'll have to send you the pictures of what I did with both. Again, now I'm starting to combine platforms, so I combine the Chat GPT and the Copilot together. I did some stuff in Copilot, then brought it over. So that is another thing I'm starting to do is use them both kind of at once. I literally have, two tabs right next to each other, and I'm just kind of bouncing back and forth from one to the next. Let me do a little something here. Okay. Let me take a little bit more of our dark there. Also here before we come back with some of our lightest light one more time. Come on. Gotta cut that off. There we go. I wonder. Let me try that. Let me try. Here's our orangey stuff. Put that in there. Now some, maybe some of this. That would be our not yellow ochre there. That's one of our Paul Rubens colors. We're gonna hit this up here now. So yeah, Doji, I took the new kind of development I've been able to do is to take basically pictures of miniatures, or at least maybe like the renders or something if it's an STL file. Drag those into the AIs and essentially colorize them, and then say, okay, well, show me that object source lighting but in green. Show me that object source lighting now in magenta. So remember you were trying to figure out with those your Eldar figs there, or your Dark Eldar, what you wanted to do color-wise. But instead of you go in and you type in "show me 40K Eldar," all you get is Space Marines. Now we're actually taking the physical picture of the actual miniature, and then say, okay, show me what this looks like exactly with colors. So we're doing that with, was that Series 46, with those Highland miniatures elves, because the elves are all prepped. The bases are actually painted. So I'm going to take a picture of the movement tray with all the bases. When we'll have the miniatures on there, and we'll say, hey, show me the miniatures, but with these colors on them. Oh, and then also make them move around, because I think that will be extra fun. Because why not? Sort of like that one video where we took Guahir, and he was on that nest. Basically, we had it so he turned and looked at the camera and then took off, like flew off of the nest. That was maybe 3 seconds long. These would be several minutes long. Let me work this out here. Also a bit more right there. And something here. Oh yeah, this right here. Holy smokies. Gonna get something lighter back here. We can't have all this light right down the center there. And then there's nothing but dark over here. That's... I wonder what was a little funky over here. That was that. There we go. Hey, Bush DePyro, how you doing? So yeah, Bush DePyro, as of the 19th, all highlights were, well, basically all highlights were taken away because you could only have 100 hours worth of highlights. I had 4,539 hours worth of highlights. So yeah, those all went away. Now, all of the old sessions, plus whatever new ones like this one, they're going to this YouTube channel, the Linseed Fellowship. So if you subscribe to that, that is where, again, like this session here, the session on the other ones here, all of that stuff, that's where it's all going to be going. Because, yeah, they got rid of all highlights with the exception of, like, basically 100 hours, which is nothing. Because I stream more than 100 hours every month. So, yeah, that's not even 1 month's worth of stream, much less 5 years worth of streams. So, great to see you there, Pyro. Yeah, it definitely was not the greatest feeling deleting 5 years worth of Twitch sessions, one by one. Gonna check out a little bit more of our lighter gray on the underside of that too. Let's do something on the horsey there. And again, if you subscribe to the Linseed Fellowship YouTube channel, I already have some of them there that are public. Hey there, Pascal, how you doing? Everybody please give Pascal Ruse a follow. So Pascal, like always, you want to post stuff in the chat, please go ahead. Thanks, Bush, appreciate that. Thanks, Pascal, appreciate that. Actually, Pascal, here is our 2D art stream last night. Was another Spacescape. That was really fun. It does allow us to do that. Here, let me play around. This is our latest tutorial vid here with General Grievous. We don't often get to do this. Usually we have Lord of the Rings themed puppet shows with backgrounds, but this is it's like, dude, man, that's like some tricky space to fly through, man. I went through there, my ship got all busted up, man. That was terrible. Our first ever sci-fi puppet show. Everybody check out that Instagram link that Pascal just shared there. And I wasn't sure. Well, let's see. I think I don't know. I know you have been trying to do some weekend streams again. I know that work has been really crazy. So, Bush to Pyro, appreciate the sub there for the YouTube channel. Again, one of the things I'm hoping to be able to do after the stream is get in on that channel and really start to add all the usual links and all the. I'm basically just going to use the thumbnails that from the original Twitch session. So I'm not going to go in and edit those and stuff like I have with some of the other Twitch sessions, right? To shorten those down. Since all of the other Twitch sessions are going to be raw on there anyhow, it's like, nope, I'm not going to edit all of those. That would be thousands of hours of stuff there. No problem there, Pascal. Actually, Pascal, you can always shoot me a message there on the Instas or something like that too. And of course, again, we're going to be taking this. We're going to like supercharge this. So I'm going to actually be taking pictures of the miniatures. Much as I like these guys here, what they did, I'm going to be taking pictures of the miniatures themselves, and I'm going to be again creating a whole diorama. So I'm going to have that backdrop there, that Lady Justice with the eyeballs and everything as a demon. That was something I created in the AI. Now I'm going to combine these actual miniatures, like literally the photos of those. And tomorrow, well, Sunday, you're going to see me paint this, and it's going to be in basically this color scheme here. And I basically wrapped that vehicle in this. And we're going to be doing this stuff like around the wheels. And the whole vehicle itself looks like it's glowing. Like the entire vehicle looks like it's fresh out of Mount Doom or something. It's glowing. So Bush, I didn't create that. I'll see if Ryan. Hopefully, it's not too complicated for Ryan to add that in. So he's the one that developed that program, and I think he's just now kind of starting to get a little bit more settled as far as having maybe some time. So I'll ask him to add that in. So yeah, Pascal. Again, when you I just took it was a big was it the Conquest Rakashar figure or whatever. So I had them all prepped. I gave them a base and everything. And what I did was I took the pictures of the unprimed miniature, still with all the white gap filling stuff on there. And I took that and I basically used the existing Parabellum, what would you say, uh, official color scheme to colorize it. And then I said, all right, show me this with green object source lighting. Show me this with magenta. Show me this with orange. And then ultimately I said, wait a minute, show me what he would look like as a white tiger. And that's when I remembered, yep, that's what I wanted to do, is paint him as a white tiger. So yeah, Bush to Pyro, that is something that Ryan created. It's been super helpful, right? And it's really a bummer because that basically the Patreon sessions were like one more level of tutorials because there's stuff I can do here that I just can't really do in a video. Well, especially since the videos are about 2 hours long instead of, well, this session's already 3 hours and 33 minutes long. So yeah, there's some stuff that I can kind of get into on those that I just can't get into here. Or the other way around. I wonder, is that is armor. Okay. Well, I don't think no, that's right. We haven't really actually seen this part on any of the other guys. All right, I'm just thinking like, have I been missing this on every single guy? No, no, it's just you haven't been able to see this before. At least not on any of the other ones. I mean, each of these is a different sculpt after all, so whatevs. Yeah, so you can barely see that over here. That's pretty much what we've had going on most of the time. You know what? Let me see if I get get some of this up here. Okay, there we go. That is better. I want to throw me a little more light on the underside of this here. I'm going to grab me some of my oxide green there. Lighten that up a little more. So, there we go. That big kitty there, the Conquest kitty. It's like a multi-layered experiment. We have tried the water washable oils on a 3D printed piece. That was one of our, I think it was our latest color theory and oils episode. We haven't tried them on a non-absorbent surface like, say, plastic. And the Conquest figures, that is pretty much your traditional hard plastic. So I want to see what happens. Primer doesn't matter. I mean, there are figures that are just more absorbent than others. I also have to do a dark sword figure because those are metal. So we want to test those on all surfaces. We do these kind of tests so that you don't have to buy things that go, oh, well, that wasn't so super. That's the whole point of all the experiments that I do, because there are times where we try something and we go, well, that does not work at all. I think the most legendary episode was the Nerf bases. When I tried, what was that stuff called? Oh yeah, the foam clay that people use on armor and stuff like that for cosplay. And I thought maybe that could be less fragile and cost a little bit less as far than say the Daz air dry clay. And that was a hideous failure. It was very comical. Even in the video listing or whatever on the Patreon listing, I said, well, spoiler alert, this stuff doesn't work for what we do. But if you wish to have a laugh at my expense and be mildly entertained for about an hour and a half, by all means watch this. Because there was lots of hijinks on that. But again, the whole point of that experimente was so that you don't have to do it and go, well, that was a waste. Just doing me a little bit of rusty stuff again here. Fine, we'll just use this here. Something like that. There we go. More of it. You know what? Ooh, let's darken this. That's, we're talking about our edge contrast. We need to also sharpen that edge. I got mighty fuzzy. That was a very fuzzy edge for what's supposed to be hard metal. You know what? Speaking of some, we gotta darken this up. We got no horizon line here. The heck's going on? Okay, now we got ourselves some kind of horizon line going on there. Now with all this filigree all over the place, it gets a little bit tougher to create that same kind of horizon line effect. Now I wonder, do we got, well, let's see, I think that's probably the one that you can see there. Okay, there we go, yeah. So essentially, your sort of classic sky earth type of a deal there. We also want to have these chain of highlights there. See, like what we got here, and also chain of shadows. And this is another one of those FDM printed busts right here. And we're thinking of taking basically like from the shield part here up and just doing a resin But so it would kind of like how here, it's just like the very upper portion of his torso right there. So doing something like that, maybe not even have the sword arm or something. And that way I could print that out in resin. And that way we could really try to do some stuff with the eyes. Because that could be very fun. What do we got going on over here? So I try to somehow get the horsey's eyes on there. I don't know. First, though, let's mess with these things. More dark there, not rust over there. Aha. I spy with my little eye some greens that we gotta do here. Let's do this. Again, this is this oxide green. For all intents and purposes, it's like the Terra Rosa of greens. And it's not Terra Verte. Actually, that Terra Verte, it showed up, I think, in the Cobra colors, yeah, it was in the Cobra colors, I think. It was either that or in the my Winsor Newton Alkids. And I was like, no Terra Verte. We don't want Terra Verte. The most feared and hated color in all of oil paints. Just like the mounted baristas are the most feared and hated unit in all of Wappeville. They just yell out random names on the battlefield and chuck cups of scalding hot coffee at people. The most loathed and resented unit, and of course,
You little hobbits, spark my ganja.
After doing all that, they still expect a tip. So thank you so much. Appreciate that, Striffer. Where are we at here? Let's think we should do this instead. It's like, so that's a nice wig you got there. It's like, that's a nice litter box you got there. It's like, yeah, we don't really talk about the litter boxes here amongst this fellowship here of kids. We don't talk about the litter box. It's like, you sure that's looking kind of full? It's like, you're going to empty that, right? Thank you so much for that follow. Let's see what happens on our big Gandalf 6 here for Striffer. Thank you so much. Ooh, that's a decent roll right there. It's a roll of a 5. Thank you so much, Striffer. Appreciate that. Ironically enough, we're still at $39.99 or $93.99. I looked up thinking, oh, that's going to be our 9,400. I'm like, wait a minute. We lost somebody. There was a casualty somewhere. Again, appreciate that, Striffer, and thank you so much for doing the follow thing. That is appreciated. I need to break this down some more. Okay, no wonder. Let's use this brush instead. So 3 hours 43 minutes ago, this guy was nothing but some dark brown primer. That is it. We started out doing some of our kind of lighter dry brush stuff. Then we did some glazes, especially say on the armor there. Lots of the Indian yellow. Even mixed in things like the quinacridone magenta to really fire up some of the super translucent intense oranges. We were even utilizing some of our Payne's gray on, say, the armor and parts of the horsey. And of course, this is one of just 4, right? We painted this. This one was the last one we painted. Again, we had a little bit of freehand on the cloak, the freehand there. I think this was our second one that we did, or was this the first one? I wonder, that one actually might have been the first one right there. And then, of course, there was this one. And once this one dries, we're going to get all of our ground cover and get those grass tufts you see. Those are custom made those myself. And actually that was made on several of our Patreon videos. And I will be making another Patreon video very soon because I need to make entire batches of brand new grass tufts, like tons of them. And I'm going to see if I can maybe make some different types because I think I have some more grass too. Yeah, actually I have more different types of grass to experiment with than I did when we made our last batches. We also we did an episode where we made them into flower tufts with leaves, like what we did here. So these are, so you can see that's almost like a little bush right there. We did the flower stuff. You can see there's little leaves on there, right? So you can see some more of them right over here by this bunny. So that is a homemade grass slash flower tuft right there. And that was on the Patreon page. And we are going to do a bunch more of those because again, I have more. I have some new things to play around with that I didn't have when I made those even. And the power of making your own grass tufts. Well, first of all, the savings. Grass tufts, they're not cheap, and essentially they're never quite the right color that you want because mostly they're just one color. My grass tufts here are several colors, so even these, you might say, oh, that's a brown grass tuft. There's actually 4 different colors in there of static grass. And believe it or not, when you use the static grass machine and you combine those together, it's almost like you're painting with grass color. So yeah, we are going to be making a bunch more grass tufts for ourselves. Ironically enough, I use the same parchment paper that I use for my palettes. Yeah, it's the same stuff. Well, let me go back to where's my Purring Crimson here. Take some of that out. We do have these over here. I thought so. This one too. Let me get that. Three hours, 48 minutes ago. How much paint did this have on it? It had no paint. Every last bit of this was all done in less than 4 hours. When you factor in puppet shows and other things like that, it's really, we've been working on it less than 3.5 hours. We are using our typical oil paints here. Again, start to finish with the oils. There's no Zenith oil primer, nothing like that. Don't need it. I think early on, in the very early days of the oil painting, I was doing that mostly because, well, that's what I was doing with the acrylics. And then as I learned more and more and more about the immense capability of the oils, I realized, nah, I don't need to do that. That's just a lot of extra hassle at work right there. Don't need to be fooling around with that. Do we have it? Yeah, we have that here. Okay, yeah, let's lighten up these reds over here, shall we? How about maybe a little also of that reflected on here? Teensy bit of it there. Oh, whoops, that was just lost that line. And look at this again. The oils. It's like we got an eraser. Here is where we need them. We got this right next to it. Also got those straps to do. Ah, almost forgot that little gem over there. I think we did that one. So these are from Creature Caster. I believe it's part of their Judgment game system. Hey, there's Sea Dragon. So happy Saturday there, Sea Dragon. So Sea Dragon, we were able to successfully make another batch of the red velvet cupcakes. I haven't actually tasted them yet. Hopefully they taste okay. I guess I'll have one later today. Sea Dragon, I don't know if you had a chance to see the end of the Spacescape last night. So there is our Spacescape from last night's stream. And just remember, Sea Dragon won't be doing the usual Saturday stream. We're doing a substitute Saturday on Sunday. And that's going to be our Linseed race car. Since we've got the Indianapolis 500 going on this weekend. I do believe we've got the pictures up here. Come on. Here we go. There you go. This stuff is incredibly... That stuff... Talk about a staining color. Yeah, a red velvet. If you wanted to do staining... staining cupcakes on your miniatures, use the red velvet cake mix, because that's very staining. So yeah, Sea Dragon, I'll be streaming Sunday night, obviously after the race. Usually starts about maybe 3-ish, right, Sea Dragon? Central time for us. So I won't be able to stream again. I'm not going to be here tomorrow, but Sunday we will again stream the Linseed Racer. No, the green, the lighter green. Let me get the white there and some greens. That's essentially going to look like just a gray. And that's reflecting this down here. We'll touch more of that greenish gray over here on this side of it. Actually, that really needs to be more of our light color there, I think, or at least something like this. Let me try this right here. First up there, and now back here. A little later, maybe. A little later. Also got some more of the yellow in this too. Oh, there you go. I think that just is enough. Just enough, not too much. So 12. So wow, 11:45 in the morning for us. Okay, wow, that's awful early. I mean, I know they, well, let's see, I can remember seeing the shadows late in the race. That's Eastern time, Sea Dragon. According to the thing you said, that's Eastern time, so 11:45 in the morning Central time then. That is mighty, mighty early. Now, of course, that would, I'm sure that is, that's not the actual start time of the race. That's probably the coverage begins. Either that or the after they sing. Oh gosh, what is it? It's my old Kentucky home at the. Okay, because your first thing there said 12:45 Eastern. Anyways, oh gosh, what is it? My home is India. It's what's it? Gomer Pyle sings that, right? Because again, Kentucky Derby, they sing "My Old Kentucky Home." What is the song that they? Oh, my home is Indian, or something like that. So have a nice breakfast there in Ganes. I think, well, I'm going to be missing a big chunk of the race because I think we'll be in transit while the race is going on at that point. Yeah, I think we'll be heading back this way for at least the first half of the race. Don't actually have a TV, so we'll probably just have to catch that afterwards. Yeah, Sea Dragon, it's funny because that's how I have to, well, listen to or watch my Aussie Rules football games is listen to the radio call. Actually, Sea Dragon, a really fun way to watch. Well, again, I'm not watching, but to listen to, say, the NFL games, especially, is you go on YouTube and there's basically folks that they're watching the game and they're effectively announcing the game. And actually, one of my favorite people is Tom Grossi. Look him up on YouTube. Uh, Ironically enough, it's called he calls his stuff the Pack Cast because he's a Green Bay fan through and through. But he does these really hilarious skits because actually used to be a history teacher for what 7 years. And the nifty thing is Sea Dragon. So when it's halftime, even in between quarters, but especially halftime, he actually goes into a deep history discussion, and his favorite period of history to study is the interwar years, which for the last, I want to say, 8 years has been my favorite period to study. So look up Tom Grossi on YouTube there, Sea Dragon. He also does a podcast. He also raises a bunch of money for charity. He raised, right after the Super Bowl, he raised over $1 million for children of fallen patriots. Basically, it's like a college fund type thing for kids. And he streamed for 8 days straight. He even slept in his streaming room. And he was able to piece together $1 million worth of donations and everything else. And that was no corporate stuff either. That was just regular folks. And again, the nifty thing is when there's a long break in the game, like halftime, we start talking history. Actually, one of the things he did during his 8-day stream was he basically did his class. He even had his same PowerPoint presentation and everything. So yeah, check out Tom Grossi on YouTube. He also does hilarious skits. So Sea Dragon, just go to basically the Aussie Rules Football League website. So that's usually afl.com.au. And you go to the fixtures. That's the schedule. And you can see the game, and you'll see the game tracker. And then if you click on Listen Live, then you choose between different radio stations. I usually choose Triple M because Triple M rocks footy. There's like an ABC broadcast, but I usually choose Triple M. And well, you're gonna hear an awful lot of commercials for installing Rheem furnaces and air conditioners. You're gonna hear a lot about what's it, the excavators. But yeah, you're gonna be hearing all the commercial jingles. At least there's no Vegemite ads. There are no ads for Vegemite. Thank goodness. I think even they know they shouldn't be putting ads for Vegemite out there in the public. Sea Dragon, you will also notice that some of those broadcasts, they sound more like a 1950s broadcast. Yeah, it doesn't. It's not like here. It's different. It is very different than around these parts here. Let me I'm working against some of the Payne's gray here on the black inlay of the armor here. Camden, well, wasn't I saying earlier that about the printers often betraying us? All right, we're gonna darken you down, and now we'll try and get some of our really, 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 really light white on this. The little frilly thing here around his neck. Let's really lighten you up here. There we go. One second there. There you go, Camda. Camda, I actually sent you a note card that says, "I wish you luck with every single print for the rest of your natural days." Yeah, so it's actually in writing, Camda. So that is like the ultimate curse right there. So yeah, if you notice that the prints don't go so well for about the next 20 years or so, then you know what happened. I mean, what's 20 years in printing, right? That's nothing. It's not like they would ever come out with a new printer or something like that. So yes, Sea Dragon. Unfortunately, the doggies. Well, that was a very tough loss to Geelong. They actually found themselves down 33 at halftime. Even yeah, even at the start of the fourth quarter, they were still down. I think 27 or at least 24, and they actually tied the game with about 3 minutes left. Now, of course, the game before was a little bit easier because they won that game by 96. They've got another tough game coming up this week because now they got to play Hawthorn. It's basically, well, let's see. This last matchup was 5 versus 6. Now, well, again, right for right now, it's 4 versus 6. I don't think they're going to fall further on the ladder. Yeah, I don't think they can really drop much more because, well, everybody else is basically played or they're already above them. Well, of course, I guess Essington. Let Essington beat Brisbane? That's insane. So, so yeah, the Brisbane lost to Essington, who lost to the Doggies by 96. Geez, I got to tell Recoil about that. Holy smokes. Now that is a bit of an embarrassment. Yeah, let's lighten up the quill down here. You know what? I'm going to extend out the handle of our hammer. Also, yeah, that makes a little more sense now. So let me see if we got the fixture there. And we've got, okay, it is, actually it's not showing that. Very weird. Oh, the Hawks are playing the Lions right now. Okay. All right. There's definitely something weird going on with the fixture then. So Sea Dragon. Actually, the big surprise team is the Gold Coast Suns. Unlike, say, your Greater Western Sydney Giants, which were also an expansion team, they kind of had success right away. Gold Coast has basically had a miserable time of it pretty much since they joined the league. I don't know, about 10 years ago. No, actually, more like 17 years ago. So yeah, that's the big surprise team is the Gold Coast Suns. So if you're looking for an underdog, that would be an underdog right there. Now Collingwood is kind of a little bit like, say, the New England Patriots. They're there, or the like the Yankees in the 20s and 30s. They've won a lot of premierships. Geelong, another kind of perennial. Brisbane kind of fell on some hard times. Sydney is definitely on hard times. And of course, poor West Coast is on the ultimate hard times. So I think the Gold Coast, that was the first expansion team that I remember seeing. Now, the expansion team that I'm really waiting for will be Hobart, and they're literally going to be called the Tasmanian Devils. That is, I definitely got to make me a baseball jersey for the Tasmanian Devils. Dropping in a couple bit more lights here. Let's do that. There we go. Maybe. What about our skelly friends here? Can't we like to have our skelly friends be much darker, right? Because they're sitting down here. They're basically absorbing all of the minerals and such with the bones, so they're almost basically turning black. That whole bleached bone business that GW, that's not how skulls would be. Maybe in a lab somewhere, or maybe Not even in the desert. Even in the desert, they still have some kind of staining on them. So yeah, Sea Dragon. Well, like right now, okay, you've got it's in the towards the end of the third quarter. The Melbourne versus, oh my gosh, Collingwood's going to win that. Melbourne versus Collingwood, that's going to start in about 1 hour 23 minutes or so. So all the games are on basically, well, for us here in the U.S., middle of the night. You're going to have you'll definitely want to have that score tracker going because you won't know the names of the players. And keep in mind, Sea Dragon, there are no timeouts. It never stops. It's not like the NFL where it's just like set plays. Yeah, there is no such thing as set plays. There's no timeouts. It's just continuous mayhem. So be ready for that. And until you know the names of the players, you're going to want to use that score tracker. So yeah, right, Camda. There's well, play on. That's the phrase. Somebody's laying there unconscious on the field. Play on. Play around him. Let the pigeons get him. Stopping is for amateurs, right, Camda? Let me get a little bit of the yellow on the ends of the scrolls there. So I did print up another, I think I printed up another batch of these bits here. Yeah, Cam, to just get a shovel, push them out of the way. Play on. So right now, actually Lions, well, it's the end of the third quarter. Your Brisbane Lions, they got themselves a 21-point lead over Hawthorn. Now Hawthorn is sitting 5 on the ladder, so that's gonna make a difference right there. Or are they sitting 4th on the ladder? Oh, now they're down to 5. Okay, now we've got things updated there. So Essendon, they still have to play here. And of course, what was the game? What was the draw? I think actually somebody had a draw against Collingwood too. No, it was against Brisbane. Never mind. Oh, that's their next game. Never mind. Okay. So Essendon has a bye this way. Okay. Never mind. Check that. Again, this Aussie Rules Football Report brought to you by the Wampelville Sports Network, where we report the news before it is news. Let me get some of this dark down here. We got a whole bunch of light and middle tone. Ah, yep. Why don't we stoke a little bit more of our darks down here on this stuff? As we are, well, now we're well into hour 4 here. I was thinking it was still just like 3.5 hours in. Let me do something here. That's one reason why I do want to, before I do the diorama versions of these guys, I want to print one of them at 75 mil, and then I might actually find out what the heck is going on with those masks on their faces. Well, that's good, Sea Dragon. Now again, you've got essentially 4 goalposts. If you kick it clean through the 2 center posts, that's going to be that's 6 points. That's a goal. If it hits the posts, or if it goes in between those other posts on either side, that's called a behind. Disadvantage there. It'd be like an NFL team. Instead of getting the ball at the 20, you'd be getting the ball on your goal line, literally on the goal line, and you would have to go 100 yards. And you can only kick the ball, and it's got to go at least 15 meters. You can hand pass. You can't throw it. But the hand pass, well, let's put it this way, that's not going to save you from a tackle. And those don't go very far. And you can't run with the ball more than 15 meters before you got to bounce it. And you'll get free kicks for high contact and a few other infractions. If you get tackled with the ball, that's going to be a free kick to the guy that made the tackle. Now, well, best of luck on that bull. Oh, geez, surface tension. I still got to get those. I think that, yeah, they're from Lost Kingdom. Those, the big hats, the Chaos Dwarfs. Got to get those guys going. Because I got those bull centaurs. I also have the, oh, what the heck was he? Now, I have a Lamasow too. But what's the big guy? The Great Taurus, Charlie Brown. Yes, the Great Taurus. As opposed to the great tourist who just walks around with a big camera around his neck all the time, insulting the locals. Well, best of luck with that there, surface tension. Glad that you've been able to paint again post stroll into the gray mists. And I'm sure that's inspired you, inspired your color palette there, surface tension. You'll be able to take your palette to all new heights of gray. Yeah, I can only imagine what that's gonna be like. I'm going to try and get me some lighter, rusty stuff going on over here. We got this. This is one of our fabulous. Again, I couldn't believe that we basically had Terra Rosa in the new Paul Rubens Alkyd. That's sensational. Oh, is Richmond. Okay, that's it. Okay, that's a. They really messed up on the fixture there. They said that they beat Brisbane. It's like, no, they beat Richmond, which is not really that big of an accomplishment this season. It is still 3/4 time. Are they playing it? Okay, it's at the G. It's at the Melbourne Cricket Grounds. So again, what are we for? Okay, almost 4 hours, 20 minutes in. I'm even gonna get a little bit of that orange rust color up here, because if a color goes somewhere, must go everywhere, right? Surface tension. Oh, and Hawthorne kicks a quick. Oh, well, it doesn't matter because the Lions just kicked the quicker goal. So now they're up by 27. More of my orange. top of this? Sure. Right over there. Now we're going to do some of this. What's happening up here? Do I need to go? Let me get a little bit of the magenta even into that. I don't know. Either that or we gotta go later. This is. Oh, they're not there because that'll just match up our red. Okay, on the top of that maybe. But this deal over here, you know what? Maybe we need to do this. We'll take our not yellow ochre, yellow ochre. Ah, that was it. Also, this better be a little lighter over here. Take some of the yellow. Let me see if I can sneak that right in there. Oh, good. That's where we needed it. Touch of it up there. All right. Work that up there. So yeah, surface tension thing that the climate here was, it was very, well, actually I think it was colder than Wales because we basically had it in the 50s and then at night it'd be in the 40s, and again the furnace was going off. I'm sure that was happening for you too, Sea Dragon. Actually, Sea Dragon, you guys had freeze warnings, but maybe that was only in the northern part of the state, so probably past further north than Eau Claire, I'm guessing, surface tension for the freeze warnings. Catch some more of this here. All right, so where's our, here we go again. You can see what we've been doing on each of these guys on that area. And remember, initially we were experimenting on the first one with like a black inlay there, and I realized it's like, no, it'd be way more interesting to be able to do something like that for sure. Now on these things here, let me go back to our bluish color. Mix that in with our Payne's gray. A wee touch of a reflection there. This is also a weather channel, right? Surface tension. It's a sports channel. It's certainly a cavalry channel. It's a freehand channel, an object source lighting channel. Obviously a cuisine channel. We've covered our cuisine for sure. Now it's a Lord of the Rings channel, but we gotta get some Song of Ice and Fire stuff going again. I've got some stuff that I've been prepping. I want to do another, speaking, well, it's going to combine Cavalry channel and Song of Ice and Fire, because it'd be a unit of the Starfall, I think it's either Starfall Knights or Outriders. Definitely a cooking channel. That's our cuisine. We love our cuisine, right, Sea Dragon? I mean, all kidding aside, I never would have known about what an air fryer was. If it wasn't for Recoil mentioning that, I'm like, what the heck is an air fryer? And that is pretty much one of the cornerstones of our cuisine here. Yes. Hey there, Thranuel. Great to see ya. So Thranuel, let's see. Well, I'm guessing you're probably doing another class, even though it's a Saturday. So it looks like Hawthorne has been inaccurate at goal. They've gotten a couple of minor scores. Let me throw this in here. Oh, and if you catch the ball inside 50 from one of those 15-meter kicks, then you get a free kick at goal. Sorry about that, Thranuel. Now, I don't know if you had a chance to see the latest, the General Grievous video on the Patreon page before you had to get back into work, or maybe watch it on the way to work. But I can't wait for you to see the next video. That's going to be coming up probably Sunday. I'll be posting the next video. So Sea Dragon, actually, even just if you look at the general ladder where it shows each game, it says listen live and then where to watch. And you want to do the listen live because, well, where to watch, obviously you got to have a paid whatever to be able to see that. But you go to listen live, you click on that, and it'll have a few different stations that are playing the game. You got to pick one of them, and then you got to hear. You've got to actually press the play button to actually hear anything. And it's going to be a separate tab open. The radio call. And there should be somewhere between 3 to 4 different stations to choose from. Okay, we got our rids in there. This over here. And again, we're going to be doing a whole series on these guys as a diorama. And this is the start of the artwork that we're going to be working with. I created that thing with, again, Lady Justice as a demon with the eyeballs in the scales of justice. That's see, like right here we got, again, there's the scales there. The scales have the eyeballs in them. There's our Lady Justice as a demon, all that good stuff. That's good, Sea Dragon. I don't know which station you were able to choose. Again, for whatever reason, I just kind of go with the triple M. Actually, you know, the advertisement I don't hear anymore, Camda, is the Macker's feed bag, which basically it's an ad for McDonald's. And I'm like, that's again when you know that advertising is different there than it is here, because nothing would be called a feed bag here. So yeah, maybe that marketing didn't go so well. The Macker's feed bag. You were talking like maybe 5-ish years ago. See, I don't know if the Macker's feed bag is still a thing. That's just so that I guess that's Australian for Happy Meal right there. And I guess have you heard your first Installaream commercial there, Sea Dragon? And of course, once you can sing the Australian national anthem, then you know you're a true footy fan because you've listened to enough games and heard the strains of Advance Australia Fair enough that you can also repeat it yourself. Yeah, I'm trying to get the horse's schnoz over here. It's a little wonky with where the, well, basically armor is on the head. I mean, his nostrils right below that. So making that too light would be weird because it would sort of be in shadow there. Again, look where my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. Don't want to be seeing no fingers on the metal ferrule. Keep your fingers off of that, as they would say at our art school. Finally starting to get some, I think we gotta go thinner here. When in doubt, change the consistency of that paint. Sure enough, look at that. Couldn't get any paint there before. Now it just, boom, right on there. No problemos. Okay, now some of this, actually, this has been sitting out there for a good 4.5 hours, Camda. Just every so often, just got to remember, put a little drop of thinner on your fast matte white there. Hey there, Arid, how are you doing? Everybody, please give Arid Canwife a follow. So, Arid, I hope that your Friday stream was fabulous. And of course, please post your Pinterest links there in the chat. There we are. And everybody check out that Pinterest link that Arid just shared. And give Arid Canwife a follow because Arid's going to be streaming again. The usual 7 p.m. Pacific, right, Arid? More fabulous jewelry. Geez, well, that's it. I think you already did your stream anniversary for this year, right? I think both of us have done our stream anniversaries for this year. I know there's so many people, they all got their different stream anniversaries. I'm just trying to remember who's already done theirs. No. Yeah, gotta thin it. Whoops, not that much. Now, that fabulous Arid. And again, everybody please give Arid Canwife a follow. So yeah, the Spacescape from last night, Arid, was super fun. Well, it looks like Brisbane is going to maintain that spot at the top of the ladder here. Because, yeah, 38-point lead halfway through the fourth quarter. Even the doggies weren't going to be able to overcome that lead on Thursday morning. So I think that is a good night for the Hawthorne Hawks. So here it also have been made a couple of other breakthroughs with some of the graphics generation, and looking forward to this coming week. So probably Tuesday, Wednesday. That's when we start playing around with essentially animating these guys, taking pictures of these miniatures and see if we can actually have them walking around, moving around, doing stuff. Same thing with all of our Lord of the Rings figs. Take pictures of our hobbitses, have them walking around inside our hobbit terrain and around it. That could be, well, they do advise, one thing I have heard in some of the reviews is that, yeah, you can't just be like doing this on your phone. You need some heavy computing power to be able to do this. Boy, Sea Dragon. Well, now that's an extra treat you got there. Ooh, you got yourself a super special treat. Now that's cool. Yeah, that's gonna be. you're going to have an even more interesting perspective on that. Because again, usually I'm listening to the more generic radio call. So it'd almost be like listening to, say, your Fox NFL game of the week or something like that, or Thursday night football or something, as opposed to, say, a local Packers broadcast. Oh, and again, Sea Dragon, if you can't find the Tom Grossi YouTube channel, you can always just shoot me a message, and I'll get you a link to Tom's page. I think you'll really love his content, and he actually, other thing he does during halftime is he raids other streamers that are starting out, and they're trying to build their audience. So he's always trying to help out other streamers. So he is definitely he's kind of using the platform in very good ways for sure. And that's a really nifty thing that he would want to make sure that because he said, look, been doing this now for 7 years, and he has no sponsors, he has no paid stuff. It's just like here, right? We have no affiliations or anything like that. Much as we would like for, say, Paul Rubens or even Cobra or somebody to just hand us a whole bunch of free stuff, that's not how it goes here. That's a whisper, but Sea Dragon. Now let's see. I know maybe you don't do the Instagrams, but Instagram, Facebook, those are the more reliable ways. Because I usually don't see the whispers, Sea Dragon, until I'm streaming and I go to raid somebody. I'm like, what's this notification here? And I'm like, oh, that's a whisper. So yeah, if somebody ever sends me a whisper, I'm not ignoring them. It's just that is the very last thing I think of as far as communications. So yeah, if you send a whisper on Twitch, that's not me ignoring you. It's just like, oh, not even aware that's really even a thing. Okay. So I mean, obviously, yes, it's a bit ironic that here we're listening to a Packers fan basically doing the broadcast on all these over there, and his podcast and everything. But he's a fellow historian, so we want to support all of our fellow historians. What are we working on here? Let me get some. This is again some of our a little bit of our yellow here. It's not lemon yellow because we added some of the essentially yellow ochre there. I do need to catch a couple more little lights up in this part of the armor. There's all just a little too much shadow there. Erid, I'll have to send you a picture of the latest round of red velvet cupcakes that was accomplished earlier today. The hard lessons learned in with the decorating tools. Yeah, so those paid off. Those paid off this time around. Orders of magnitude easier and way less messy. I did not find myself literally covered in frosting this time. We'll try to spread some of that yellow over here now. Let me look at what we did on our other. Yeah, we need to actually go a little bit more towards the darker there. Yeah, I'm hoping, Era, that these worked out as well as the first batch did. Around Easter there. Alright, tinting, which means... There we go. That was our Indian yellow. Just because it's thinner doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be translucent. Remember, with the oils, you can thin them, you can't dilute them. So it's not about diluting the paint at all. That's taking a hyper translucent color. If that was, well, say an opaque color, wouldn't matter how thin I made it, it's still going to cover. That is not like acrylics. It's a very different deal. I think even the way the straps are done on this, you know what, these parts over the eyes there's like too much light and then there's just dark. There is nothing in between. We need to create, let's back up to this maybe. There's a middle tone. We either had like really dark or really light and not a whole bunch in between. That's not going to work. Oh, and Irid, I don't think you had a chance to see the finale or the finales of this here. So that was our space gate from last night. That was very fun. And what was? Oh yeah, the Hype Train Nebula. Now, of course, I'm still kind of tempted to save that for a very special occasion. Oh, wait a minute. Well, maybe for the birthday stream in June, we might. Oh, maybe we should save it for that. Okay, no problem there, Sea Dragon. No problem. I have no idea what day my birthday is going to fall on. Don't know if it'll be a Thursday or whatever. I have no clue. Let me work this over here. But maybe for that week, you know, if it doesn't fall on a Thursday, maybe for that Thursday, maybe that's when we do our Hype Train Nebula. I don't think I want to get any later up there. You know, I kind of like this weird greenish yellow. Effectively, that was this basically Hansa yellow here, and we allowed that to mix with our Payne's gray, which was basically indigo, which is turning it that sort of greenish color there. Much appreciated, Arid. Again, that's pretty much my favorite spacescape to paint. As much as I like the that violet one with the gas giant in the background, that particular one there, that's a favorite to paint, and that might be my favorite version of it now. Because, well, now I've painted it a few times and I've had a chance to try a few different things with it. Lighten that up a little bit more on the edge there. Okay. Again, we have our little book down there with our little eyeball and such. Because justice is blind, but it's still looking at you. You know, green. Where are we at? There we got our green. No. More thinner in that, though. That's all kind of in the shadows. We need to get a little something on there. That's just our original primer color there. Again, which is a dark brown. We don't do the black. We don't do the white. We either do on some kind of a dark brown primer or maybe just a neutral gray if we're going to do our pre-glaze stuff. So pre-glaze, neutral gray. Our not pre-glazed, that's going to be the much darker primer. Doing the dry brushy thing, then lots of glazing, pin line washes, possibly too. Alright, and there's a bit more of that. Here we go. Something more here. With our green, oh, there's the armor on the inside. Gotta reach that. That is not a great place for armor to be, that's for sure. I think I'm gonna get my Payne's Gray again. Still too much yellow in that brush. It started turning green. And again, that's the Payne's Gray from Winsor Newton. That's one of our, basically a new alkyd. Just arrived today. Yeah, that got a little funky there. That's a little better. Also back here too. More shadows. Also, I think I'm going to shorten that quill to make it match more of the... There we go. That makes more sense. Quill now is basically the same as the hammer. Or gavel. I'm not sure if it's supposed to be a hammer or a gavel or not. Yep, I better... Whoops, get a little more of that dark up in there. So that red up there, I think I still got good. A little bit of my Perline Crimson left. I don't need much of that. That is a mighty powerful color right there. That's the Perline Crimson. There's a reason it's a Series 6 Williamsburg. Now, we've talked about this many times. The alkyd paints, they are not going to have the same kind of, say, pigmentation as a Williamsburg. So this Perline Crimson that I'm using here, it's probably the strongest color on the palette by far. Is it the darkest? No. Is it the lightest? No. But as far as raw pigmentation goes, it is incredibly powerful, and that's also why it costs a pretty penny at Series 6. The series number, essentially, it's a pain meter for your wallet. Series 1 or 2 is like, okay. Series 3 or 4 is, ouch. Series 5 and 6 is, oh my goodness. Series 7 and 8 is selling the organs of your best friend, maybe, to get those. Because they don't need those, much like hobbits don't need legs. At least according to some of the orcs. More of that light here on these crazy little tassel things. All of our Candish horses, all of the Easterlings, even our camel riders. Yes, those Mahout camel riders. They all had tassels on them, which they don't cast well when it's the old traditional method, and then they also don't print well. I wish there were no such things as tassels on horses. No tassels on horses. Because, yeah, none of those printed out there. Those extra little doodads off the ends of them. Sometimes you gotta sculpt with paint, and, well, we were just doing that there a little bit. A little bit of sculpting with paint. Okay, so we got those. I'm going to try and get a little light edge of the red on those. Maybe a little bit on the armor on his chest. I might also need to get a lighter something there. I was going to put some of my lighter, basically grayish greens. So here's our green. There's even a little bit of the red getting in there. Guess what? That's also going to make it bit more towards the gray. Now again, look where my hand is on this brush. Nowhere near that metal ferrule. There. Somehow, gotta reach that brush down into there to get a little reflected light or something or other. There can't be just nothing there. Same thing even on this side of the black inlay armor. Had to be a little something there. My little skelly friend down here, my little friend, how's about we take this brown to do a little bit of staining on that skelly friend there. Now see, I can grab some of the our lighter color and basically gonna mix these two together. Here we go. Look at this. You got that lighter color sitting there. Boy, it makes painting skelly friends a whole lot easier. Instead of a bunch of layers there, it's like, okay, I'm just gonna chuck this color on there. I'll take what's already on there. We'll just blend those babies together, and that'll be good enough. You know what? I might even use a little touch of this here. Yeah, it's the hand because I think this is the first time again we've really had that clean of a look at that particular bit of freehand. Normally, it's got well, kind of like our scales has stuff in front of it. Actually, you know what? That needs to get a little bit more blended together there. Now we'll try the lighter stuff one more time on that. I think that's what we'll do for that. I wonder what we can do here for the texture on our lance hammer here. We gotta get some dark. Take the Van Dyke brown and some of our coal black. Not a pin line wash because there is these crazy grooves here on the handle of the lance. Now I'm gonna have a few of those stand out, I think. Alrighty. Doing some more of our stuffs there. But dark. Clean that up too. Don't know if that's a stirrup or if that's a shoe. I'm not sure. Not quite sure. Taking a little bit of yeah, that's okay. I almost looking at just regular old primer sitting on this area here. I'm gonna at least get some green on there, a little bit of reflected something here. Let's do this a little bit lighter maybe. Can't be too light though. Pass some of that down Oh yeah, his fingers down here. Got to get something going there, and then this dark. Okay. Oh, what we had there with this big old blob of the lighter color there. Couldn't have that. Now there's a little craziness going on right over here. I'm trying to figure out what can we do with this. Sometimes simplifying is about all you can do. Now I need to make this also later here with their. We got our almost white and some of our blue here. Let's try this right along this point of the hammer. And then in between there, we gotta get the light there. And now we gotta go even lighter. Let's see if we can do that here. Again, that is with our fast matte white. Gotta break it down. Let's do that here. Also made it thicker, and that does seem to have helped there. Ah, okay, this makes a little more sense now also. We kind of forgot that and there we go. That is the first time the metal stuff there has made sense. Only took 5 hours to figure out, okay? Because we were, what, 4 hours, 56 minutes in here? Gotta be pushing 4 a.m. It's almost 4 a.m. here. So yeah, finally got that figured out. And only had to go through 5 hours of the stream to reach the conclusion that that metal needed to be rendered a little bit differently. Part of it is kind of how that ended up printing out, which is a little funky. Now this also needs some light on it here too. I mean, it's facing up to where the light is, so might want to get some light on that. Thanks, Armored Wolf, for posting a link to the Patreon page. Appreciate that. Great to see you there, Denethor. Everybody, please give Denethor a follow. So, Denethor, were you thinking of maybe streaming today or Sunday? Again, happy Saturday. And of course, Denethor, if you want to share stuff in the chat, please go ahead and do that. Last of the mounted baristas here, Denethor. Well, at least as far as streams go, we will be we'll be doing this series, the diorama series on them. But as far as streams go, this is the last of the streamed mounted barristers. Oh, no problem. No problem, Denethor. Maybe work this in here. Again, can't wait for you to see. I think it's going to be Sunday when I post the next video to the Patreon page. We just posted the great General Grievous Star Wars Shatterpoint video to the Patreon page, yesterday. Everybody check out that Discord link that Denethor just shared. And everybody please give Denethor a follow, because Denethor also using the fabulous oil paints. You know what? Well, fine, I'll just use this. Here, but we're going to try to get a more touch of light on some of these bits of the filigree here. Let me see if we can make that work out. Ah, good. Okay, those are good. Yeah, we need to do the same on that side. Welcome back there, Pascal. Pascal, why don't you share your link again there in the chat? Your Insta link, so people can see all the fantastic miniatures that you paint and the busts and everything. Man, there's so many. Was it some Loot Studios figures and Nerixon figures that I've been printing? Also, some more of the Bellinok figures. Let me hit this here. Okay. Then there's actually a set of arch villain figures that I'm hoping to get prepped and maybe paint those on stream. Might even be one of our, say, Saturday, more like a mega stream or something. Here, but they're definitely figures I am going to, now that I know how to basically take a picture of the figure and stick it into the AI generator there to create some references. It's going to be a whole lot easier doing these. Okay, got our lights up there. Let me compare that to. Did here. I might still want to get more orange up there towards the top. We got it back here. I think we still need a little bit more of the orange up there. Everybody check out that link that Pascal just shared. And then, of course, please give Pascal Ruse a follow. That would be great. More of the orange up there. And then over here again, this is... it doesn't matter as far as translucency goes that it's a glaze or not. Even if it was our oxide green, which is super opaque. If it was a glaze, it's still covered. Doesn't matter. What we're using here is a very translucent color. It's going to flow a little bit easier as a glaze. You can't actually even dry brush this stuff over something. And again, you're taking advantage of that translucency. Come on. Yeah, that now see that's got a little bit more of a curve to it because, well, there's an area of dark, much like this, right? Light, dark, light. It's that's just a crucial thing here, even on this Grievous here, right? You've got reflected light. Also, there's different colors, right? See, we got reflecting kind of the gray there. In some areas, it's reflecting the red of the of that cape right there. Oh, you can really see it here. That's easier to see. If it's going to be shiny metal, got to have hard edges, right? You got to have those reflections. So again, everybody please give Denethor a follow, give Pascal a follow. And actually, this is like one of the few ones where this stuff back here printed out well. I don't know, do I want to go? No, I'm not going to fool around with any more rust here on our thing. Oh, and these are all Make It Epic basing bits here, I believe. Yeah, I think those are all from Make It Epic basing. So yeah, Denethor, what do we put? Oh, lance hammers. Yes, we're calling them lance hammers. Because it's not quite a halberd. It's not quite a lance. It's not quite a hammer. So we are referring to these as lance hammers. I'm sure in the official lore there is some kind of name for them, but whatever's. taking some of the. No, 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 no. Back tour. Okay, there we go. Now, see how that's got more turn to it. That didn't just get darker. It's got actually some more color to it. So it's got that orange color to it. Why? Because we got this red up here that could possibly be bouncing off of other things here too. I'm also hoping to get back to the to our MESBG. I have now. Oh, that's right. I printed out the last piece of the King's Barrow, so the barrow downs are all printed out. Now we are about to start printing Isengard. So who knows if the pieces are small enough to fit on screen here? Maybe we'll be painting a bunch of Isengard terrain on stream. Oh, look at that. We got the orange and the green kind of playing off of each other. Look at, see, we got our green reflection there. Why is it green? Because it's reflecting all this dingy stuff down there. But I do believe that hunger calls here, and also, well, it's 4 o'clock in the morning, and we've just registered past our 5-hour mark here. So I do want to say thanks for all of the bits and the subs, the follows, the cheers. We had some raids too, so we appreciate those, of course. We appreciate Armored Wolf doing all the moderations. Oh, thanks, Arid. Appreciate that, Arid. I hope you have a fantastic stream later today. Now, again, programming, no, we're not doing our usual Saturday stream. We will be streaming on Sunday, and we will have the need for seed. We're going to paint this in our Linseed Fellowship color scheme. So thank you so much, Armored Wolf. Thank you so much, Danthor. Appreciate that. See you later, Camda. And Sea Dragon, thank you also for hanging out. Appreciate that, and I hope you enjoy. Well, first the Aussie Rules Football, but then also Tom Grassi. I think you'll enjoy that channel. Gonna head on over, I think, to Spoon Handle's channel here. Let's do that. So see you later there, Camda. Again, this is the final one of our mounted barristers here. And again, that matches up pretty well with our scene, which is going to be a diorama. So thanks again, everybody, and I will see you on Sunday. See you later, Pascal. Have a good one.